So today we will revisit this scene for just a little bit to take a look at a couple of things. But what we're going to spend our time on today is we're going to look at an interior scene. And this interior scene is full of all kinds of surprises. One of the challenges that you face as an artist and as a photographer even is balancing the light between the inside space and the exterior space. And oftentimes when you're shooting photography, what you do is you actually supplement your lighting inside with either soft lights that you put on or strobes that you might set off to help combat that. Another thing that you can do in both cases is we noticed yesterday that if we render out our EXR files, we have multiple exposures that are available to us. And oftentimes when you're shooting photography, you'll shoot raw images that contain multiple exposures, but you'll also shoot multiple exposures, some that are exposed up that allow more light in the interior, and then some that are exposed down so that you allow a little bit more detail in the exterior. So we'll look at some techniques and how we work on interior lighting as well as VRayIES files to go along with some of those physically accurate methods that we talked about yesterday. And we'll look at some materiality, specifically some pitfalls in terms of materials, things to be mindful of, as well as, what do we do when we start getting into glossy reflections and those values. The last scene that we're going to look at today is this image here, and this is an image of a marina. The scene that we've been working on all day yesterday is actually located right here on this pool deck. So now you're starting to see what that looks like in its full context. And this is a good scene to look at in terms of what do you do when you're up against a really, really large scene. This scene is from 2008, so it is a couple of years old. And the reason that I mention that is it was right on the cusp of when 64-bit computing was becoming more readily available. So this project had actually been started back when 32-bit was the only option, and it posed some very distinct challenges in terms of trying to get this thing to render with all of the pieces in it. So we're going to use this image to explore what we do with some of our memory settings and how we can control how VRay responds to that, as well as VRay proxies and some techniques for using VRay proxies. One little cool thing to see that we'll demonstrate today, as well as I like to pull in the Photoshop, and you can see how this image, a little shot breakdown, shows you the multiple passes and layers and things that were used to generate this painting. One thing to be mindful of is when we open up the Photoshop file, this was done before that VRay Light Select element was available as well, but you can see that the same kind of idea applies. Each of those different types of lights were applied as separate passes, and here it is kind of pulling apart and seeing it all from the side there. Okay, so the first thing I want to do today is we mentioned yesterday that there's a device that's out there called the Color Monkey. That it's a funny name for a device, but it's made by the folks at X-Rite, who also you may know as the folks that own Pantone. And recently there's been a plugin that's been made available for 3D Studio Max that takes this little device here, the Color Monkey device, and what this device does is it allows you to not only calibrate your screen, but it allows you to measure colors, the spectral reflectance of colors, in a way that gives you an accurate representation of what that color is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a couple of different things that we can do with the Color Monkey to allow you to bring in those physically accurate colors to your Max materials. So let me go ahead and open up Max for starters. So if I open up my Color Monkey design software here, you'll see that it's owned by Pantone. All right, and what we have in our Color Monkey software is we have all these swatches of colors that are available. Well, what we can do is we can actually use this Color Monkey device. If I switch onto it, it says I can make my own color measurements. So if I literally just put this on a material, let me quickly calibrate the thing. Takes about 10 seconds to calibrate, and then we'll be ready to measure. Okay, now that it's ready to measure, I have a desktop that is a wood surface, and I'm going to measure what its color is. So I click the button, and you can see that here it is. That's what that color actually is. That says moderate orange. If I put it on the base plate of my monitor, which is sort of a black color, you can see that I get a measurement that says it's bluish black. What's nice about this is that it negates the need to understand if it's what lighting is hitting it from a photograph or a scan standpoint. This will give you the true spectral reflectance of the color. Well, what can you do with it once you get it in here? Well, what's pretty cool, and you can see that I've just got a little test set of swatches here of my desk and monitor color. If I export this out, I have a couple of different options. I can export this out to an Adobe Photoshop color swatch palette, and if I wanted to, I could open that up in Adobe Photoshop, make a texture of it, and then, as we know yesterday, if we make a texture map with our gamma settings set correctly, it will automatically convert this to the correct gamma for the correct color. If we export out as a CXF file, that's the native Color Monkey swatch file, and I save that. You can see I already had one saved. Well, what I can do now is, and that's this file right here, my test.cxf. If I go into Max and I go to open up a material, and I'll make a VRay material just so we have it in there. And if I go to Maps, because I have the Color Monkey plugin installed, I've got this X-Rite Color Monkey plugin reader. And if I double click on that, all I need to do is point it to my swatch palette. And what you'll notice is I have two different options. I've got my light yellowish brown, which was my wood, and my bluish black. And what this has done is this has automatically put the correct gamma shift onto the color for us so that we're able to bring this right in, and we know that once we start to render, that's going to be an accurate color. Well, this Color Monkey plugin was built on a script that Pierre Felix Breton wrote that was a Color Monkey reader, and the only downfall that I see of having this be a ColorMonkey plugin is that in a production environment you would need to have this plugin installed on all of your machines for those files to render properly. And that's not so hard to do unless you're in an environment like we are at Neoscape, where we've got hundreds of machines and farm machines that we would have to roll this out onto. So another option besides bringing it into Photoshop and creating a texture map is there is actually a script, and this is the script that I was mentioning it was built on. If I choose Run Script and I go to find that script quickly, and I double click on it, you'll see it's a similar type of experience. I loaded up my CXF, and I can bring in either my wood color or my bluish black color. And what this is also showing you is it's showing you the measured spectral reflectance, which I think is kind of a nice, it's nice to be able to see what those values are. Once you have this, what you can do is you can actually drag these colors into a color clipboard, or we can drag it right into our diffuse slot as the color, and we know that that's been adjusted properly. So just a nice little addition to the workflow. If you get samples of materials or swatches that you want to match correctly, you can certainly measure them. You could bring it into Photoshop to help create your texture maps. If let's say it was a wood texture that needed to be a certain color, but it still needed to have the actual grain of the wood and so on, you're not just going to put in a color, then you could at least bring in this color into Photoshop and use it as the basis for matching what your texture should look like. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open up a scene that's an interior scene of an airport. And let me shade this so that you can see what we're looking at here. This is an airport scene that we designed here at Neoscape for a project that we were working on. And a couple of things that you'll notice about this scene, just as we start to evaluate what we're going to do with it, is we've got quite a bit of detail. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of my objects in the scene and give them a black wireframe color so that we can see their edges a little bit better. It's not the world's most lightweight scene, that's for sure. Wondering why that didn't change. There we go. Switch that over to object color. Okay, so what I wanted us to notice was that what we have in here is we've got a lot of details in the ceiling. And so that's going to be one of the things that we'll recognize right away as a challenge to getting our renderings clean, because we're going to be reliant on bounced light to get up there and our light cache and irradiance settings to be tight enough that we're not getting any artifacts. So that's one area where we might have a little concern. You can see that there are some objects in here that are VRay proxy objects, which these benches that go down, we chose to create these as VRay proxies because when you instance a VRay proxy, it only has to load in the geometry that one time as it sees it. So it saves a little bit of memory overhead to do it that way. And let's evaluate the rest of the scene here. Let's take a quick peek at what we're looking at. Well, you can see what I've done is I've actually put in this hemispherical dome around my image, and just like we were talking yesterday with creating HDR files, as artists we want to have as many tricks as we can up our sleeve to have artistic control over the scenes that we're doing. And one of the things that I decided to do in this scene was map a sky outside to this dome. And you can see that I've got just a regular map applied to that. And let's take a look at what that material is. Well, in this case, what I've done is I've taken a standard JPEG material, and this is this sky map just looks like this. And so this JPEG is a low dynamic range image, right? There's no value that's above 1. So our sunlight in this case is not like in HDR where the sunlight is illuminating our scene. What we're doing with this scene is we're using it for the skylight, environment, and reflection. One possible solution is we could open this up in Photoshop, convert it to 32-bit, use the technique that we did yesterday where we measure our sun value, make a selection of those sun pixels, and bring up their exposure until they measure out the way the sun would. That would be one perfectly valid solution to creating this. That would be fine. But what we've done in this particular case is I have created a VRayLightMtl, and I've applied it to this dome geometry. So similar in technique or similar in concept to a V-Ray dome light that has a texture map on it, but in this case we're controlling the size, the shape, we're creating our own geometry. And what I've done is I've measured out what the sky values were with just a V-Ray sun and sky system to figure out what my multiplier should be for the exposure of this scene. And what I had done is I'd taken that multiplier and I put it into my output map of that texture. So that's giving us that output. And if I go ahead and render this as it is, let me just make sure that my settings are set to single frame here. I think I'm also going to reduce the size of this just a little bit for the purposes of our renderings. Should be good. Let's give that a shot. There we go. So we can see what that's done right there. That output map is controlling the brightness of the pixels of the sky map. And if I measure these by right-clicking on it, you can see that in some cases we're just slightly above our floating point of 1. We're at 1.4, 1.0. And then as we get over here, we're in the 2 range and so on. So that is a bit over, that might be slightly overexposed. We may want to consider adjusting our values. But as we know from some of the things we learned about just looking at photography, it's hard to not overexpose your environment and still get enough light in your scene. One alternative is to make your lighting values higher and invisible so that it produces enough light in the scene. But if this was going to render in the background, we have a secondary dome that is visible and its output is lessened so that we have the proper sky exposure. So we could do a quick trick like that to make that work. Let's go back here. Another thing we have in this scene is you'll notice that my sunlight is actually set to a target direct light. And we touched on this yesterday with the ability to do that. And the reason that we said that we could do something like this was because we know that the V-Ray Sun, the way that it is designed, is its coloration and intensity changes due to its controls of how high it is off the horizon, its turbidity, ozone, those types of things. And in this case, we wanted to have complete control over the color of this light and the intensity of the light, as well as the shadowing of the light. So if I switch down to my V-Ray shadows, you can see that I've got an area shadow set on that light. It's producing a spherical 10-inch area shadow, so it's spreading it out somewhat. Now, this multiplier of 90 came from the same technique that we did yesterday, where we measured the value of the sun. We figured out what the multiplier needed to be for this exposure, and we dropped it in. So I'm going to hit Shift-G to hide my geometry, and the next thing you're going to notice is you're going to notice these big panels out here. And these big panels are actually acting right now as skylight portals. And we noticed yesterday that in an exterior scene, when we put in the dome light, or we put in an HDR file outside, that we got a really nice shadowing effect that came from it. But in this particular case, where it's an interior that we're working on, that dome light is going to create an extra amount of noise trying to get through. If I turn this back on, it's only going to be coming through these openings right here and right here, which means that the dome light samples, most of them are being lost in this scene. And so in order to get the light coming through here to create a nice effect that didn't have a lot of noise, we'd have to crank the samples way up and almost too high for it to be the efficient solution to the process. So what we're considering here is we're considering a technique that allows us to render out a sky dome in the image to produce the ambient light that we need, and then we're selectively putting area lights where we want that to get better sampling. And I'm going to show you with these lights off. Let me quickly knock these off. One thing I should mention about VRay 2.0 is that there is a new VRay light lister that's been added here. So I can turn off those lights from my VRay light lister now. Turn my geometry back on. And so what I'm going to do is I just want to quickly check my settings. I'm going to be using the VRay frame buffer. That's fine. We've been using that throughout. My lights are on, my shadows are on. I have no displacement in the scene here, so displacement is going to be off. I do want reflections and refractions, so I want to be able to see reflective materials and transparent materials. Glossy effects aren't totally necessary for these test renders right here, so I'm going to turn those off for right now. We're using our adaptive DMC as we have been, without any additional anti-aliasing filter. You'll notice that I have higher adaptive DMC image sampler settings that we were working on yesterday from our defaults, and this is something that we're going to discuss today on production level anti-aliasing settings and what what that can do. For now, I'm going to drop this down to 1, and I'm going to make my color threshold 0.01. My environment is off. I'm not using any of these environment controls to produce any effects outside, because as you notice, we have that dome and the sunlight. That's going to take care of that. And as we would expect from yesterday, from our linear workflow method, we've got linear multiply, our dark and bright multipliers at 1, and a gamma of 2.2. We also have the affect background and don't affect colors. And remember that don't affect colors is key, otherwise we're going to be doubling up on our gamma. Quickly check the camera, make sure I wasn't doing anything with that. We're all fine there. My indirect illumination, I've got a radiance and light cache for this example. I'm using a somewhat low settings of my radiance is -5, -2. And my light cache was similar to the settings we were using yesterday. I think for these initial test renderings, I just might change this to 1,000 so that we can see how that goes. In my DMC sampler settings, I've got a couple of changes here. One is my noise threshold I reduced down to 0.005, and the default is typically 0.01. And my minimum samples I changed from 8 to 12. Dynamic memory limit in this particular case is going to be fine. There's not a whole lot of proxy objects and things like that that we need to worry about, but when we look at that marina scene a little later with all the boats, the dynamic memory limit is going to come into play. I also have distributed rendering turned on in our couple of VRay machines here. And I've got low thread priority just because in this case I'm hoping that helps keep our webinar software a little happier while we're rendering, in case it needs CPU cycles. So with that, let's go ahead and hit render. So you can see that it looks like our light values and things that we had set up for the sunlight and skylight look like they're about correct. It's doing what we would expect. The kind of brightness overall of the scene is looking pretty good. You can also see that some of those areas that when we were looking at the sky that were slightly overexposed are sort of less important to us right now because they're getting blocked by this structure over here. So part of the reason that I chose to overexpose that was so that I got the light that I needed inside, and I knew that I wasn't going to see it that clearly. It'll probably take just a minute for our other distributed rendering machines to pick up. There we go. So what you're going to notice here, well, there's a couple of things. You'll notice that our irradiance and light cache solution is pretty good in terms of what we our number one priority was yesterday, and that's artifacts. We want to make sure that there's little or no artifacts in the scene. And there might be a couple of slight artifacts in here, but they're hardly noticeable. And so that's pretty good. But what we're also going to notice is we're going to notice that if you look at these edges around here by the windows and you look at these ridges in the ceiling, we're not getting a lot of detail really kind of pulled out in the different corners and so on. And as we learned yesterday, one option to maybe bring in that detail would be to put an ambient occlusion pass in there. So that could be a quick solution to it. A quick fake solution is we bring in an ambient occlusion pass, and that's going to kind of pull out these details. That might work just fine. The alternative would be that we decide to do with our radiance and light cache, we tell it to do some detail enhancement, which would put brute force in certain locations. So that's another alternative. But what I would suggest, and it's a similar concept to what we did yesterday with the dome light, is that in the areas that we really want it, and it's mostly, this is the big area, right? This area right here is the area where we wish we saw more detail, and maybe this area right here where we see these edges of come together of the mullion structure and so on. Well, that's where our VRay area lights come into play. I'm just going to hit Shift-G to. So if you notice, that's where these lights are placed. They're right up there in the front, and if I turn these on, we're going to create some skylight portals. And all that is it's a VRay plane light, and we click on skylight portal, and I'm affecting the diffuse colors of the materials with these lights. I'm not actually affecting the specular and the reflections. And the reason why I'm not affecting the specular and reflections is because I'm already getting the skylight out there. That geometry that has that VRayLightMtl is already doing that work for me. That's the what I want to produce the reflections out there. All I really want these area lights to do is take that skylight, that light that's outside, and sample it and give me better shadows, cleaner area shadows in these areas. So one of the things I'm going to do, and I noticed that I had my elements turned off, I want to look at raw GI and raw lighting. Those are the two elements that I'm most interested in to see what's happening. And I think it didn't take that long to render the last one. What I think we should do is render it out quickly again and save it to our frame buffer without those lights on. So let me just take 2 minutes to render this with those elements on. And if anybody has any questions, let me know. Go ahead and raise your hand if you're here in Boston, or send me a chat message if you're online. bring up the frame buffer there so we've got something to look at. There's a question online about what's the specs of the machine that we're running on here. That's actually a really good question. It's a Dell workstation. I think it's the 3500. I believe I have 12 gigs of RAM in this machine. I forget what the processor is. Maybe we can go and take a peek at that, and I'll get back to you on it. But we're distributing to a few box machines that we have that are a couple years old probably now, but they're still pretty beefy with 8 gigs of RAM. And I wouldn't say it's anything extravagant, though. It's certainly not, you know, something with 16 cores or something that we all wish we had and we're rendering on. So I switched over to our raw GI pass, and what we were talking about is pretty evident when we look at the raw GI pass just by itself. Not very many artifacts, so that's a good thing, but still missing out on some detail. So I'm going to hit my history button, and we'll be excited to see that we still have our history in here from yesterday. I may even adjust my options here so that we can save all of that. I'm going to give that a little bit more disk size. And I'll save this to my thumbnail. So a couple minutes, 2 minutes, 44 seconds. That's pretty good. And let's switch over to our raw lighting pass. So there's that sunlight that we had. That's the raw lighting pass. That's what's creating the hard shadows in that file. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on one set of these lights here, one set of skylight portal lights that are these facing down. What's nice about skylight portals is it samples the light that's hitting it from the sky. So it's actually a nice way to get lighting to match exactly. So we don't have to worry about this creating, you know, an excess of light in this area, as if we were to put area lights out here and give them some kind of intensity setting and color. Our ability to sort of match what the skylight is doing would be a trial and error process. Even if we were to measure it a bit, we'd still have to go through a couple of iterations to get that to match. Whereas the skylight portal setting does that automatically for us. It reaches out there and grabs it. So let's render this one more time with things that we want to be on the lookout for at this point. Is increases in our render time. You know, we want the sampling to go up and be nicer, but we want to make sure that we're not increasing our render time too much. That was another reason why I just put the skylight portals in these foreground areas that we cared the most about. We could have put them in the windows as they go all the way down, but that's sort of putting samples in a spot that we're not really going to be spending a whole lot of time looking at. If we were animating this and we were kind of doing a walkthrough or a fly-through animation of this from one end to the other, then yes, we would want to put the extra skylight portals down towards the end.
As you're going, would you be turning off and on sky portals as you pass them by? Or would you just leave them all on because you're the light conditions?
There's a question about for optimization. Let's say that hypothetically we were going to animate down this space. Would we animate the skylight portals? Would we turn them kind of on and off as we were getting close? And that's a great idea in terms of trying to save some time. As long as I would say yes, I would maybe attempt that solution as long as I felt like it wasn't going to take a whole lot of trial and error to get the timing right. But yeah, you could definitely do something like that. And you'll notice that in our rendering, we're not missing the glossy reflections too bad. The couple of places that we're seeing reflections on these sort of mullions and on this leather that look too sharp are, definitely not what we would go with for a final rendering. But for a test render, I think it's fine. We're able to evaluate those things. One of the things that I'll say that I should point out about the skylight portal is I do have 32 samples in that skylight portal. So that's what I'm trying to get out of that is I'm trying to get a nice sampling with not. I don't want to introduce a whole lot of extra noise into my image, and that was the whole reason for using skylight portals versus the dome light anyway, is that we had a little bit better control over the noise and its spread. So you can start to see as it renders over here that we're getting a bit more detail from those skylight portals, though it's fairly faint in here. And we would expect it to be somewhat faint because it's just bringing in that ambient light. One trick that I think we're going to do when we move forward on this is we can use our VRay Light Select element to better judge what's happening with just these skylight portals. Because right now we're looking at what's happening with the skylight portals in combination with the sunlight. And what might be nice is just to see the contribution from the skylight portals so that we can understand what it's bringing to the table. But here's where it really makes that impact, and that's the zone that we were hoping it would affect, is producing these types of shadows around these elements in the foreground, our mullions and some of these edges. And it's going to be fairly subtle in this case, because that's the lights that are up here are kind of, they're competing with the sunlight. But what these lights did, and the reason I rendered it separately, is they didn't give us any fix for what's happening here. And that's why we want to have the second set. So let's take the second set of lights and turn those on. And then we'll even take this back set and turn it on as well. And we'll go to our render elements, and I'm going to choose VRay Light Select. And I'm going to add these lights to it. All right. Quickly going to save our file so that we don't lose any of our work. And let's render this out with the rest of these skylight portals turned on. You'll notice that our light cache is starting to take a little bit longer to calculate now that we've added these additional skylight portals to the equation. But it should be worth it in the end. At least that's the hope. So the question is, when you're using the render farm, does every computer need a VRay license? And no, that's actually one of the really great things about VRay and its licensing, is that as long as you've got your license on your desktop, you have available unlimited nodes on your render farm to render through Backburner. So for animations, you could set it off. And then for every license that you have, you can utilize 10 distributed rendering machines. So from the one license here, we could have access to, we could render on 10 distributed rendering machines with, and it adds from there. The question is, what's the difference between distributed rendering and rendering like through Backburner? And one of the cool things now is that you could render distributed renderings through Backburner But there's a couple of different things to be mindful of. When you render through Backburner, what you're usually doing, the typical method is if you're rendering out, say, an animation, you'd be rendering out multiple frames to multiple machines. Distributed rendering we're using to render a single frame across multiple machines. You can do that over Backburner by doing split rendering, and it will split your rendering into strips. But there are some issues that that you run into in terms of how it saves, light cache, radiance, and elements. So distributed rendering is allowing us to get at saving our render elements. You could put machines in distributed rendering and set off a Backburner job for that Backburner slave to distribute it. So we wouldn't be distributing it, say, on our desktop while we're working. We could let the farm handle the distribution, and that's a nice way to go. And it's actually very simple. All you do is you turn on distributed rendering like we did here, and then you send your machine through Backburner as a job. And you just make sure that in the distributed rendering settings it's seeing the slaves that are on to render to. One of the reasons that we spent yesterday looking at that exterior scene is it's a scene that we can render relatively quickly. What you're noticing probably now is that doing an interior scene like this, once we add the skylight portals, the light cache, the irradiance, it's still not taking that long to render, but we're definitely increasing the amount of time that we're needing for it. It looks like maybe the distributed buckets haven't picked up yet. So hopefully those will pick up soon and we'll gain some speed. There we go. Now our distributed machines have picked up, so we'll get a little momentum going. Question is, why don't they start from the beginning? How come they don't pick up sooner? And what needs to happen is the file needs to transfer all the data over to the other machines and get it going. So there can be a little bit of lag in terms of the start time and when they pick up. So if I switch over to that VRay Light Select element, you can start to see where those area lights are affecting our scene.
Shadow noisy, or is it supposed to be? The middle shadow, is it or is that paving?
So you can see before we finalize our render, we want to make this leather glossy. It looks a little bit like patent leather right now. Isn't what you'd want to sit in the airport. You can see though that and I'm just looking at the VRay Light Select, and maybe if I expose it up just a little bit. Oh, we have the problem where I'll have to restart Max to get that to show up. But you can see that even at 32 subdivisions, we're still getting some noise here as this spreads out and moves into the scene. And part of that is because it's not very light. It's dark, so the sampling is a little bit more difficult. Part of it is also that our noise threshold we put back to 0.01, and that means that it has it's exiting it quicker. It's saying, okay, well, this is we're not going to work any harder at making these pixels look closer together. So the tighter that you make that noise threshold, the harder this will work in terms of trying to make that smoother, as well as our anti-aliasing we put back from a setting that was originally going to be 2.4 down back to 1.4, so that means that there was only one subdivision was the minimum. And we'll talk a little bit about what that means and what the noise samplers and the anti-aliasing samplers do. The tough thing about working on those values is that our render times can take a little bit of a little longer. So what we'll do is we'll work on regions of areas and determine what settings we want to use. So one of the things that we were noticing is that this is an improvement from where we were last time, but the skylight portals themselves that were out here are still not really affecting this area as much as we kind of hoped it would. And part of that has to do with the angle of those lights, but also the intensity of what the skylight portals are going to be providing. So let me hit save into our frame buffer. And let's set this as A and our original as B. And you can see what we've done is we've, in this area right here where those mullions are, we've picked up more detail. We have darkened it some. We've picked up a little edge detailing. But we still really haven't picked up much in the realms of detail right there. And the way that you would go about fixing that is, in part, the skylight portal itself is shining light directly in this way. What we probably would want to have happen if I looked at a side view of my geometry is we want to take these lights these skylight portal lights, and we would want to rotate them so that they're pointing up some to make sure that they were getting closer to that ceiling. You'll see here that I rotated it, but now it's gone into my building geometry, and we want to make sure that the lights don't do that. So this would have a better effect on the final outcome. That last rendering took us 12 minutes and 54 seconds versus 2 minutes and 44 seconds on our original one. And so it's one of those times where you have to decide, is it worth it? Is it giving you enough detail to do that? Another trick in a scene like this is just off camera, if my camera is right back here, well, what I could do is I could also put an area light that's just off camera here that's facing into my scene. And what that would do is that would start to illuminate it from the side here, but it might give me a little bit of extra hit and a little bit of extra detail coming from this area. Similar to what you might do in a movie set if you were, you might put a little bit of light off camera. If we put a VRay skylight portal inside the space here, let's say I put one right here on the floor and I was trying to get that to shine up, it would take a really long time for that light to figure out the illumination that was coming from it. So what I've noticed is that skylight portals, inside, even if you put it right up here, in theory that should work, but it can take a really long time to render. And you want to be cautious about doing that. Another option to this is with our glass object here. Let me turn off the dome for a second. Oops. So we have glass and we've got mullions that are happening. But our glass is not actually cut out at the mullions. If we had modeled this where our glass was in individual panels inside of those mullions, what we might have done is we might have selected that geometry and turned it into a VRay mesh light. And for those of you that are familiar with programs such as Lightscape, back in the day. What it did is it took openings and portals like a window, and it turned it into an area light. Well, with the V-Ray mesh light, we can actually do that same exact thing. And so that's one trick, maybe not in this particular case, but if I had sort of a curtain wall that was all divided up, I could take a face of all of that glass, put it together as a V-Ray mesh light. And to create a V-Ray mesh light is very simple. If I have something that I want to become a light, I'll go to V-Ray Lights. Make that a V-Ray mesh light. And now when I go to modify, I can choose pick mesh. And now this box has become a light. And it's going to project light from the normals of the surface. So if I had a whole set of glass that was cut up via mullions, let's say I had this was a curtain wall of some sort. Let's say that the in-between spaces here were mullions, like a normal curtain wall. Well, what I would do is I would extract a copy of these pieces here. And I would make sure that I didn't have it totally coplanar. So if I look at this from the side view, we want to make sure that our area light is just inside of that glass. So this is an object that would be mullions with glass in the middle, and this object in front would be my V-Ray mesh light. And so if I turn that into a V-Ray mesh light, these would be individual panels of area lights that would match up to my glass, and I would have a really nice way of rendering that out. One thing to be cautious of if you do this technique is you're creating a very large surface for an area light. And so the larger you make the area light, the more subdivisions you need for that area light not to produce noise. So you want to crank up your subdivisions, probably higher than 32. You probably want to get into the 64 or 128 range or something like that when it's a really large expanse of glass. If they were individual, then your subdivides could be smaller because it's just taking into account one pane. There's a question about, is there advantage of doing a V-Ray mesh light over a VRayLightMtl? And that's a good question. I don't know that there's any major advantage. There are some nice things about having something be a light and the controls that you have for that light in terms of inclusion and exclusion and some of the usual light properties. I find it easier to keep track of V-Ray lights, as well as they'll show up in the light lister and so on, as opposed to having to look through a set of materials. But that being said, could we have taken this geometry out here that we had put a VRay light material on? Could we have turned that into a VRay mesh light? Yes, we could have, but the issue there would be that I don't want this, just like I didn't want to use the dome to create a lot of noise. If I turn this into a VRay mesh light, it would do the same thing. It could potentially create noise for me. And I could turn it to store with the light cache, the light settings, so that it wouldn't sample it with the DMC sampler. So that would be one workaround if you wanted to do that. But in most cases, I would say that you can get the same net effect both ways. It all just depends on what you find the most convenient for your setup. Okay, so in this case, I think we'll leave well enough alone. This will be a scene that I'll make available to you guys. You can experiment a little bit on your own with it. It's not worth trying to render out one more time to get this detail. I think once now that we turn this light and we shined it up some, it's going to do a better job. We may still find that it's not doing a good enough job, so we either need to come in and fill it in with some lights, or we need to turn up our irradiance in our light cache settings. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Let's reconvene right at 9:30, and we'll get started on we'll work on a different interior scene. Okay, so we're going to get started again here. I was just trying to open up an interior scene that has a whole lot of furniture and a whole lot of geometry, and for some reason the Max continues to crash on me. So what I'm going to do is we're going to switch gears, and we're going to look at the scene that we were discussing yesterday, but in this time I want to look at it in the context of understanding our noise thresholds and our anti-aliasing settings, as well as we can use it to look at some of the glossy subdivisions and those things. And then what we'll do is after lunch, hopefully we'll be able to get a opportunity to solve why that file seems to crash on us, and we can take a look again at some of the interior pieces, as well as that large marina scene. So I'm going to open up our pool terrace file from yesterday. Okay, so this was our scene from yesterday. While we were on break, there was a question online. We discussed, I think there was a question about materials and a texture map not showing up. And without seeing the file, I'm not totally certain what's happening. But when we create a VRay material, and if I just load something in, I'll load something in that has a has a texture map here. Let's find let all these materials load up. Let's say, for instance, we want to use this material. The only thing I can think of why the texture map might not be showing up is if it's actually turned off here. If this diffuse map checkbox is turned off, that would be the only reason that I could see it not rendering. Or the alternative to that is that in the global settings of VRay, there's this global switch that turns maps on and off. And you want to make sure that maps is on. So hopefully one of those two areas will solve that issue. Want to double check what we're using right now to light the scene here. I think this was the version where we had the sky dome. Yep, this is the one where we had our VRay sun and sky lighting the scene, and that's fine because that'll render out pretty quickly for us. What we want to do when we're looking at noise is we're just going to focus in on some regions as we're rendering instead of trying to render out the whole area. That's going to make things a little bit faster going for us. So I'm going to go to my render setup and I'm going to choose the area to render as a region. And what I want to do is I want to choose an area that is going to be indicative of a few different things. I probably want an area that's going to include some kind of soft shadow, maybe a glossy reflection, maybe a little bit of you know, a GI, a place where maybe the GI is got to work a little hard. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to maybe a little corner here, and this corner has some reflective surfaces. It's got some soft shadows underneath our furniture. It's got a few different areas that we're going to want to look at and evaluate. So I'm going to set my rendering to there. And then let's quickly just go through and see what we have. We've got our lights and shadows on, our reflections, refractions, our maps are on. This time I'm going to turn on glossy effects. We want to start seeing how the glossy effects are looking. We're going to spend some time looking at what our anti-aliasing settings should be. Environment is fine. Color mapping is okay. Camera's back to default. Irradiance and light cache are fine. And we're going to also look at some noise issues here. And we have our whole host of elements that are turned on. Another element that I'm going to want to look at here is I want to look at the VRay sampler rate. And so what we're going to be able to do is, I believe it's a VRay sampler rate. It might be sampler info. I'm going to put both of these in there just to make sure, but I believe it's a sampler rate. Is going to be an element that's going to allow us to take a look at what's happening with the noise samples and the anti-aliasing samples. So another one of those areas where we can render out an element that will help us figure that out. Yeah, it is sampler rate. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and render out this little patch. Looks like we hit render right as it was doing an autosave, so it's taking a couple of seconds here to get started. Okay, so this is rendering out our small region, and right now this is a resolution that's 800 by 1000, which for a still image is not going to be our production resolution. So one of the things that we should probably begin to do is we should begin to decide on what our final rendering resolution is going to be for this scene. If this was an animation, it might be a little bit higher than this resolution, something in the 1920 or 1280 range. And we can evaluate certain things about our noise and our anti-aliasing when it's, when we look at it. You can see that I'm zoomed in at 400%. But what we should really begin to do as a next step is decide, okay, let's render out this patch at the full resolution. While we're taking a look here, though, what we can do is we can look at what that sampler rate is showing, and the sampler rate is an element that's kind of showing you where these anti-aliasing samples are happening, and it's a nice way to take a look and color code what's going on. There's another option as well, and let's render it out one time just so that we can see it. There's show samples here for anti-aliasing. So let me render this out with show samples turned on. There's a question online, does the VRay frame buffer allow you to open previous saved VR images? If so, is this something specific to VRay 2.0, or can you open a VR image in the frame buffer in earlier versions as well? That's a good question. I think you can open up, I think there's a VR image viewer, or there's a VR image converter too, a VR image exporter. It's not something, honestly, I hardly ever use the VR image file format. I almost exclusively use the EXR file format now that basically contains everything that you want in it. But maybe at lunch we can, I don't know if I have a copy of VRay 1.5 still live to do a quick test to see if you can do it in an older version. There you go. So when we turned on show samples, in this particular case, it's looking exactly like our sample rate. Now it looks to me like this may have been updated in VRay 2.0 because typically the sampler rate would give you just these variations of the blue tone. It would put a light blue, it would make shades of blue where there was more samples. Here we're actually getting red, green, blue, and cyan in here to where it's placing the samples. And then of course, since we turned on the show samples, our sampler rate now is not showing anything in that element. But what we can do is we can turn that off and use the sample rate to figure out how that looks. So let's go ahead and save this to the frame buffer quick, or our frame buffer history. And I'm going to take my render size in this case, and I'm going to make it closer to a production resolution. Maybe this would be rendered out of 5,000 by 4,000, something like that. That would be a good pixel dimension, nice and high res. I'm not going to render quite that high for the purposes of evaluating it with you guys today, just because we want it to render out as fast as we can and still be able to look at it. So let's make some mental notes before we render that out. Right now we're using adaptive DMC as our image sampler. If we wanted to make this as simple as possible, we could choose fixed as our anti-aliasing, and let's do a subdivision of 1 and take a look at what that does in terms of anti-aliasing. Now I'm going to zoom into the area that we're concerned about. And now we're looking at this at 100%, which is what we want to do. We want to make sure that our view is at 100% when we're evaluating these types of troubleshooting issues. And once this version renders out and saves, I'm also going to save the light cache and the irradiance so that we don't have to calculate those as we're moving forward. We can save a step in the process since we're really only evaluating what's happening with the noise in this area. And so when we render out with an anti-aliasing with a fixed filter, and we have that set at 1, you can see that that's essentially it's giving us this result. There's no anti-aliasing that's really happening there. It's giving us an aliased edge. Now, the one nice thing about that type of filter is that these sharp edges that are vertical, that don't have any angle to them, show up really sharp. But as you would imagine, this is not something that we would want to use in production in terms of what that does. Now, with a fixed anti-aliaser, the more samples that we give this, the more subdivisions, the more it's going to go in and subdivide each pixel. So if we choose 2 subdivisions, that means for every pixel it renders, it's going to subdivide it 2 times 2 times. So you'll essentially get 4 subdivisions in your pixel. Here would be 3 times 3 would be 9. Here would be 4 times 4 would be 16. And there's nothing adaptive about this. This is sort of, a brute forced type of anti-aliasing. This would essentially be the same. The subdivisions of 4x4 would be the basic equivalent of rendering with a subdivision of 1, but increasing our resolution to 4x the size, which is not something that we want to do from a practical standpoint. Before I forget, I'm going to go to my indirect illumination and I'm going to save off my light cache and irradiance. So let's save off the terrace here. And then I'm going to switch these over to from file. And I'm just going to quickly save my file. I guess Max is less than happy with us right now. I have a feeling, and we're going to take a peek at this right now. This file is not that big, and you can see if I go to my performance right now, it looks like I've got a little over 6.5 gigs in memory going on. So I'm going to do a couple of things. I noticed that it was taking a while to save, so I'm going to go to my preferences of Max, and I'm going to make sure that my backup, okay, so my backup is at 30 minutes, so that's good. I am curious if all of this stuff that we put in our frame buffer memory, if that's taking up a lot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove everything that we've put in here. And clear that out. And see if that does anything to our memory. Well, it doesn't seem to have done a whole lot. Let's go ahead and restart Max and see if we can't flush out that memory. We just saved, so I'm not going to worry about saving it.
Maybe it's because you raised the options to 4,000.
Coincidentally, looking at your RAM usage is something that we would use to troubleshoot a little bit later when we get into our large scene of the marina. So let's see if our RAM drops back down to a normal level. Okay, so that's about what I would expect maybe Windows to to use. So let's get Max started up again. There's a question online that says, will 3ds Max memory management stop crashing while rendering? Well, Max has done some things in terms of its memory management and its bitmap pager that it's turned on by default to help stop crashing. I would say that some of the things that have been implemented, like 64-bit, and the ability to have additional RAM and resources is probably the most crucial thing to keeping your images from crashing, because 64-bit allows you to get to a much larger memory footprint. It's a major help. Okay, so now let's take a peek at where we are. All right, so that's fine. It's giving us a bit of a footprint in here, and we'll open up our pool terrace, and let's watch this load into RAM and see how much space this takes up. Now, this scene does have a lot of high poly objects in it, some nice detailed furniture and some of those pieces in it, but it still seemed to be, when we were up in the 6 GB range, that seemed like it was pretty high for a scene that's this size. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on it and find out if this does any better. It will take up some memory because we are rendering out a larger image now, and that frame buffer is going to have a large image residing in its memory. It could also be because we're rendering out a lot of render elements, and it might be retaining those in memory. For the purposes of what we're looking at right now, we actually don't need all of those render elements. The things that we want to have would be something like maybe we want raw lighting, and maybe we want raw reflection in there. We could turn on sampler rate as well. Might as well have on raw. We don't need raw GI. So let's give this a try now with just a fewer elements. Okay, so as we were discussing, the fixed image sampler is sort of a brute force sampler. And then we have two other adaptive solutions. One is adaptive DMC, deterministic Monte Carlo, and the other one's adaptive subdivision. An adaptive subdivision is an anti-aliaser that does have some power to it, but because of the fact that it's not optimized for a lot of the tools that we're using, such as the things like glossy reflections and area lights and all of those kind of noisy things that we're talking about taking control over. Adaptive subdivision is something that I feel gets rarely used in production, because the adaptive DMC does I feel a much better job at at anti-aliasing and working with the different noisy types of elements, such as depth of field, glossy reflections, anything that has something that breaks up the noise, area, shadows, and so on. So we're going to spend most of our time looking at adaptive DNC. What this is going to do is you'll see that we've got now a minimum and a maximum subdivision. Well, as opposed to brute force, which would be, you only have one subdivision to change. Here we're saying that we can give it a minimum value that, okay, it's only going to subdivide it once, or if it doesn't pass this color threshold, if the color is outside of that color threshold, it will continue to subdivide. If the color threshold is within that 1% value, then it's going to leave it alone. So 1.4 as the default, and a 1% color threshold, tends to yield decent results for most things. But I would say that in a production pipeline, if you were trying to get the nicest quality you could, you're probably going to want to turn this up a little bit, and we'll show what the differences are between what that can entail. As you probably would have guessed, that the tighter you make this color threshold, the smaller you make that percentage, the more it forces this DMC sampler to work towards the maximum subdivisions. And so the less adaptive that is, the smaller this is, the less adaptive it would be, basically, because if it kept having to go up to 4 subdivisions every single time, it would be essentially the same as fixed at 4. So it's kind of a balance in figuring out what those numbers are going to be. Another piece, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday about the used DMC sampler threshold for the color threshold, is this value, and this is that noise threshold. So outside of the anti-alias or color threshold, there's a threshold about noise, and this is that noise that we were kind of talking about, from area shadows, from glossy reflections, and those types of things. This tells it when to stop subdividing the noise according to how adaptive you set it. This adaptive amount can go from 0 to 1. And 1 being it makes it 100% adaptive. There's sort of, and 0 making it not adaptive at all. Well, you don't want to make it 0, because that's sort of like a overly brute force calculation. It's not going to terminate fast enough in its calculations, and you're going to get really long render times. So we can look at what some of this adaptive amount and noise threshold does by, I usually like to keep my noise threshold and my VRay, my adaptive anti-aliaser separated, because I may want to terminate the noise a little bit earlier, but I may want to try to have my anti-aliaser work a little harder to smooth out some of those things. And again, it's all that balance between sort of time and what you have. But let's leave this at 1.4, and let's leave these at the defaults, and take a look at what we're going to get. So let's zoom in on what's happening here with this 1.4 setting. Well, we're already seeing that it's much better than our fixed anti-aliaser, right, which gave us all these jagged edges, and it wasn't very nice. And at 100% at this resolution, 1.4 is not so bad, right? This is, and that's one of the nice things about, you know, some of these V-Ray settings. The defaults tend to be put you on the right track. And here now we can see that the V-Ray sample rate, we can see where it's putting in these anti-aliasing samples, and we start to get an idea of where they're taking place. What we may decide to do is we may decide to take our render region and kind of shrink it down a little bit as we get into further anti-aliasing samples, because we're, you know, our render times, even with distributing, are starting to get up there in the 5-6 minute range, and I want to make sure that we, you know, we can evaluate an area and see what's happening. So you can see the areas where it needs to work hard and where it doesn't need to work so hard. These big flat areas here that you're seeing, it doesn't have to do a whole lot of work. And so our adaptive amount of 1 is actually working perfectly fine there. As a matter of fact, it's probably working, you know, it doesn't have to work too hard in these shadowy areas as well. But and this material here, this floor texture, which has a little bit of bump, it's got some glossy reflection, it's got a texture map on it, there's a lot of ins and outs and color changes and things, it's had to work a little bit harder on these areas with those details. As well as on some of these chairs and textures, as you see, it's got this opacity map to it. And what we're doing is we're looking at, you know, we're evaluating the results versus, you know, time and results. And in all honesty, this isn't so bad. I mean, I could live with this as being my final result and be okay. Could we improve it? Yeah, we'll make a smaller area and try to improve it. But you know, for all intents and purposes, that's not so bad. So let's look at making a smaller render region, and I'm just going to use that in my frame buffer here. And this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn up my settings to 2.4, so I'm going to make sure that the minimum amount is 2, and I'm going to change my color threshold to 0.5%. And so that's going to refine this solution. It's going to force the solution to be more refined in terms of its anti-aliasing. And I'm going to do it on a smaller area, so let's go ahead and hit render. We're noticing here today that It looks like Max is saving every time we hit the render button, which is new to me. We thought maybe there'd be a setting that that changed that, but that's the first time I've noticed it. So every time we hit render, it has to go through a quick save, it seems like. All right, so take a look at this. We can watch this as it renders. And our sampler rate, you can see that this that used to get one sample is now getting two samples, right? Because we're seeing this cyan color. And the blue was 1 and the cyan was 2. And then where it was only giving, so this is getting 2 samples, it's now actually sampling this more. And the reason it's doing that is because we lowered that color threshold. So we're making the anti-aliaser work a lot harder. And now notice this. See where it's rendering down in here where it was going back and forth between 3 and 4 samples? Now it looks like it's giving us 4 samples in each one of those spots. And just by judging what these colors are, it looks to me like each one is corresponding to a number of samples. So cyan would be 2, it looks like the green would be 3, and the red would be 4. There was a comment online that part of the slowdown is due to it's loading the light cache to the render slaves, and that's true. It's got to send the irradiance and the light cache. But it also looked down here that it was saving the file, but maybe it just says that when it's trying to send that stuff off. So now we look in here, and that's a nicer anti-alias solution because it's worked a lot harder. You can see that these details, and I'm zoomed in at 200% to see those details, but it's done a better job of kind of smoothing these out. But the reality is, in this particular case, in this resolution, that anti-aliasing of 1.4 with our previous color threshold was giving us some pretty decent results. And you're going to find that it changes because, remember, it's resolution dependent. So if you're rendering out an animation and it's a smaller resolution, well, your anti-aliasing settings, in order to keep it from flickering and changing and so on, you may have to do higher anti-aliasing settings and make it work a little harder so that it smooths out those areas. When you're working in a larger resolution like this, it's kind of it's sort of built in. It's smaller samples anyway, so the 1.4 in this case was all right. So what we need to do now is, we've made an evaluation here, and what we've done is we've used our sample rate to figure out if our how hard this is working. Well, 2.4, you can tell, is maybe it's a little bit of overkill because we don't need it to sample these big flat areas with 2 samples everywhere. So one of the things that we might try is to keep our minimum subdivisions at 1, but our color threshold turned down, and see if that gives us a faster result. The only thing you don't want to sacrifice is that that final quality. And of course, you can go up from there. If your max subdivisions, if that's not anti-aliasing it high enough for you, your max subdivisions maybe go up to 5 or 6, or so I'm going to change my color threshold back down to 0.01. I'm going to go back to 1.4 for a minute. And let's look at one of our passes here, this raw light pass. Well, here's where evaluating again in our render elements is critical to understanding where's the noise coming from in the scene. Well, if we look in this area right here, we see that there's noise on this wall in our 1.4 pass, but the anti-aliaser has gone in here and it's worked really hard at reducing that noise in our light pass, right? So you could see that there's a difference between the two. And that's what I was saying about if sometimes you make the anti-aliaser work a little harder, but leave the noise calculate where it was so that it finishes faster. Well, the other solution to that is maybe we want the noise to work a little harder and the anti-aliaser to work a little less. And we're looking at the raw light because that's where we're seeing some of that soft shadow happen, those area shadows that are coming from that sky dome. So the ways that we can control that are a couple of different ways. One of the things that's controlling that amount of noise is the number of samples that the skylight has. So let's look at our sky dome. So this was our sky dome, and that has 32 subdivisions to it, which is a pretty good number. If we change this to 64 subdivisions and I leave everything set the way it was, and I go back to Pool Terrace, and I show my frame buffer, I'm going to go into a region right in here where I know it's being affected by that skylight, and I'm going to render it. There's a question, do you have to recalculate the light cache pass if we change the amount of dome samples? No, in this case we shouldn't have to change the light cache pass to affect that. So see what's happening here with 64 subdivisions in our light, and let me see if I can expose this a little bit just to help see it better. So I'm increasing the exposure so that you can see the difference between the noise, since it was a little bit dark. And you can see up above that was 32 samples, below that was 64, and that still rendered pretty fast for us. So now we have a choice. We have a choice of, well, in that particular instance, in this scene, if the lighting was the one culprit in terms of noise, we've got one other area to look at, and that's our reflections. And the reflections in this case are giving us a bit of noise too. And the way that we go about that is we can do the same thing. We can say, well, do we increase the subdivisions of that material where it's noticeable, if it is noticeable? And remember, we have to look in our RGB color. And I'd say that's still pretty noticeable at 100%, so we might want to look at what that value is. But we've certainly cleaned up the noise of our sky dome just by increasing the amount of subdivisions. If I go back to 32 subdivisions, and I switch over to my DMC sampler, and I change this noise threshold to be 0.005, I'm going to cut that noise threshold in half. Let's evaluate what happens now in this area. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to look at my raw lighting pass, and I'm going to make a smaller region on the top so we can compare. Well, still with 32 subdivisions there and reducing the noise threshold, it's still giving us a really similar result. So to the version that we had before. So what we're noticing is that dropping down this noise threshold didn't combat our issue of what that noise was. We could reduce the noise threshold more and see what happens, but remember, every time that you reduce this noise threshold, you're reducing it for everything that uses a DMC sampler. So that will include your depth of field, your glossy reflections, your area lights, all of those things. So you're doing this universally, and it depends what you have in your scene. If in this scene we have some glossy reflections, but they're not so overwhelming. They're just in a few spots, and we've got we've got this one big area light that's our culprit. If this was a scene that had lots of glossy reflections, lots of depth of field, and all of those things at once, then you might want to consider, well, all right, let's control this more globally than individually. If I reduce my adaptive amount from 0.85 down to 0.7, and I'll leave my noise threshold, let's look at what happens when the adaptive amount doesn't terminate as early if we make it work a little harder. Well, it changed it ever so slightly, but still, even making the adaptive amount drop down wasn't really fixing it. Let's go something that's let's go a lot lower, and let's even make this noise threshold smaller than it was. Okay, and so even now, still not really changing it. And so what we're learning is that, yes, you can control some of these noise settings globally like this, but unless you have enough subdivisions for it to actually fall within those thresholds, it's only going to work, it's only going to work so hard for you. And so one of the things that I suggest is I've seen people in production just kind of put these to, random small lower defaults, which is really only, as we're witnessing here in this particular scene, it's not getting us a whole lot of traction, right? It's not actually fixing the problem that we have. What we're doing here is we're taking this DMC sampler and we're making it make global effects to our scene, as opposed to kind of hitting the problem right where it, was making the most impact, and that was changing the subdivisions of that skylight. Now, skylights are particularly susceptible to needing quite a few subdivisions because of the fact that it's such a large area light. It's such a large piece. Now, if we look at our glossy reflections and we leave this back to what we were doing before, so let's make our adaptive lower and our noise threshold really low again, what we had it. And let's move our rendering region over here to this reflection. Now, somebody had suggested online to maybe turn off distributed rendering and see if it doesn't have to go through that saving file every time, because it's such a small window. Maybe it'll work okay. So let's give that a shot. We're going to turn off distributed rendering and try rendering it out. Yeah, that looked like that helped our problem. It didn't have to save the file as soon as we hit render, so maybe that'll save us a little bit of time. All right, so here in our glossy reflection, it actually did make a little bit of difference. It did change that slightly. We saw it decrease some of the noise. But was it a whole lot? No, it wasn't that much. And so even then, if we were thinking about it, we're probably better off going into our material here and upping the subdivisions. Well, let's try it combined with, maybe if we make the anti-aliaser work a little harder. So I'm going to do 2.4 with a color threshold. Let's see what that does to this glossy reflection. That really smoothed it out. That's doing a nice job of cleaning up some of that noise. So now we have a decision to make. We either say we want to, our noise threshold was, if I go back to 0.75, or 0.85 I think it was. If I go back to my noise threshold and I don't globally control that, but my anti-aliaser, I let it work a little harder, will that give me the result that I want? So let's do a little chunk of this and see what happens, what the difference is. Keep in mind, too, that we are looking in this raw reflection. We're looking in our raw passes. So the reason we're doing that is because the noise is going to be more pronounced in those passes. Aha. Okay, so with the anti-aliaser working hard, but the noise threshold working less hard, we introduce some of that noise back in there. What I'm trying to get across is that it's a balance between all of those settings. They work in conjunction together. And the last thing that we should test is, well, let's not globally change our noise. Let's just fix this material and its glossy settings. Trying to shade the view here so that I can see that object and grab its material. One thing that we could do is we have these big HDR files loaded in our slots. We can actually unload those out of here so that we're not taking up the memory with that. And then let's filter selected objects. I bet you that's wood varnish mahogany vertical. So what's happening in there is I've got a reflection value. I've got a Fresnel reflection on it. I've got a glossiness of 0.9 and a subdivision of 32, which is a pretty high subdivision, I would say, for that glossy material. And what I can do is I can either say, well, for this material, since that's only showing up in finite spots, maybe I up its value to 64 subdivisions. And let me grab all of these wood. So now I'm just going right to the source of those materials, and we're upping the values to 64 subdivisions. And just to remind us, we've got our anti-aliaser is still working hard to 4 color threshold of 0.5%, but our noise threshold, we're trying to make that not work as hard globally. And let's render out what we get from there. So that was better, but it wasn't exactly, completely smooth, right? So that was a nicer result. And now what we're faced with is how smooth do we want this thing to look, and how much time do we want to spend making it look that way? Well, one of the things, and I kept reminding us yesterday of this fact, is while it's nice to look at it in the elements and really deduce what's happening with our noise, when you look at this and you notice that that's a glossy reflection on a dark surface that's in the shadow, you're probably not going to notice that noise that we've been looking at. I've been focused on it just because it's a good example of what you can get at, but that's still a pretty nice looking final image. But for comparison's sake, let's put it all together and see what happens. Let's go back to our raw reflection. We made all those samples 64. Let's make the adaptive amount work a little harder and the noise threshold go down. In fact, what we can even do is we can even tell this to do a higher minimum number of samples. So instead of 8 samples, maybe we make this minimum sample 12 or 16 and make it work a little harder at the minimum as well. And let's see what we get. So that's really done a good job of smoothing all that out. But you notice that our render time is still working on it. So that is definitely better than what we had before up here. And the whole idea that I want everyone to understand is that you have to keep in mind that these values of your anti-aliaser that you set up here, those values and your noise threshold, they work hand in hand. But they are also controlling what's happening globally in your scene. So the higher we make our anti-aliaser settings, the harder that has to work throughout the whole scene, throughout our whole rendering. The higher that we set our adaptive subdivisions, our adaptive noise subdivisions, the higher it has to, it's a global setting, so the harder it has to work for the entire scene. If you can get away with values that allow this to terminate a little bit earlier, but maybe your subdivision samples for a particular material go up a bit, they all work in unison, but the idea is to find the balance between what's making the best net effect. I did say at the very beginning that I shy away from telling people that these are values that are going to work in every scenario, because it's true. There's values that it's not going to work for every scene. One of the things that I will say is that these color thresholds and the noise thresholds, the closer you get those down to 0, the less adaptive, the harder it has to work, and so on. And you get slightly better results, but we're talking about very, very small percentages. So in most cases, I wouldn't take my color threshold down much below 0.005. Maybe in some cases 0.003. At some point, I would just say, you know what, do fixed at 4 or fixed at 5. Like I would, at some point, if you're going to globally, push it towards 4 subdivisions anyway, just save yourself the trouble and go fixed 4 and, deal with the render time. And the same thing I would say with this noise threshold. I would refrain from pushing it down too far, because you're going to get much higher render times, and you're not going to yield, tremendously better results. And we're sort of splitting hairs in here by looking at the image as close as we did. In this particular case where we sampled it higher, yes, that looks nicer than where that noise is. But I'm also zoomed in to 400% to actually really see it at 4K. So for comparison's sake, let's do one. I want to do one more test. I'm going to set my anti-aliaser to fixed. I'm going to set it at 4. And I'm going to render out just a little swath here. One of these areas that, maybe we'll do it in here where it's got to work a little harder. Maybe even get a little bit of that noise. And let's just compare what the difference between the adaptive amount of 2.4 and a fixed value of 4 would be.
parts of your renderings at different levels. Does that not happen in production?
What that high value is, what we can see here is that this isn't an anti-aliasing problem right there. That's a noise. That's a light, a noise from the light issue. I'll go to my raw reflection. Now this is a texture map on here. That's I don't even know that that's a glossy reflection. That's just a excuse me, a texture map that's controlling the reflection, which is a good cheat, by the way, for glossy reflections. You know, break it up with a map and rely less on glossiness, and you can get decent results out of it. Sounded like we were having a little bit of audio issue there. I think maybe it was because we were making this work so hard. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a break really quick from 10:45 till 11? Let's come back at 11 and we'll go into lunch. And if you have any questions in the interim, feel free to go ahead and post it, and we'll get to those as soon as we're back from break. Okay, so we're going to get started here in a couple of seconds. I just want to do a quick sound check and make sure everybody can hear me okay again. Great, it looks like the sound is back up and running. So between now and lunch, we sort of shifted the schedule around just a little bit, but that's okay. What we're going to do is we're going to look at a few things. We're going to look at a couple of problem areas that some of the folks here in Boston had pointed out on the screen. We see these really bright pixels that are rendered out on our reflections, and maybe I'll even include that little piece over here to the right as well. We talked about this briefly yesterday in terms of, you know, some of the limitations of these really bright pixels and anti-aliasing, and the ones next to it have some issues. So we're going to look at what happens when we use clamp output and see if that gets rid of these, and maybe even we might even have to turn on subpixel mapping to negate that. We've talked, we've talked about our noise settings and our DMC sampler and anti-aliaser. What we also want to look at is those settings control your brute force quality as well. And if we were going to render this image out in brute force, then we're definitely going to want to play with those settings, the global settings, a bit more, because we'll know that the global settings are also affecting our GI. In this case, and I'll turn on that element, but in this case, our GI being light cache and irradiance, those settings aren't really affecting those values, but they certainly will if we use brute force. I'm also going to show you how you can do brute force selectively by material. It's kind of a lesser known trick for folks. And then I think right before lunch, I'm gonna take this scene and I'm gonna open it up in VRay RT and talk a little bit about VRay RT before we break for lunch. So the first thing that I want to do here is I want to test out, if I turn on clamp output, I want to test out if it's going to fix these values. And the first thing I'm going to do, I'm actually just going to do it on a really, really small region. Or maybe I'll do it on these down here to see if that's going to affect it. So let's look at this and see if clamp output fixes our anti-aliasing that's happening there. So it looks like in this case, it didn't. So that probably, I guess that wasn't the problem in this area. Let's try to turn clamp output and subpixel mapping on at the same time and see if that gets rid of these speckles. So it seems like that improved it a little bit. You saw where it dimmed these down and gave us a little bit better solution. I think what's really happening here is while that's affecting it somewhat, I think part of it is the fact that we've got this bump that's on this material and it's picking up these reflections. So let's see if we can't troubleshoot where that that issue is stemming from. So let's look at the material properties of that object. I don't think that's quite the right material. So that material right now is this varnished wicker, and I've got, let's just take a look at what that material is. So there's a texture map on the diffuse channel. That looks okay. It's got a bit of a reflection that's being controlled by a mask. So that mask is more reflective wherever it's white here and less reflective wherever it's black. So that's what that mask is doing. It's got zero reflection in the dark and a little bit of reflection in the light, so that's okay. We have a glossiness on it set at 0.9, which is probably okay. We could probably reduce a little bit to maybe 0.95 or something to get the glossiness. The subdivision's at 32, and that's high enough. We've got a blend map here. We've got this bump map on it, and my guess is that the bump map is one of the things that's making the effect pronounced on that. I'm going to try one thing. I'm going to try just turning off the bump map and find out if that is one of the culprits to what's happening. So let's try to render now. Yeah, so those were just, it did actually fix it. It got rid of those, you know, we did lose our bump here. And so what was happening was that those little highlights were just part of this wicker that was getting a highlight from the sun. And, you know, it's actually not something that was completely an artifact. I think it was something that, that, you know, just happened to be, you know, a result of that material having a bit of bump on it. I could lessen it some. There is the possibility of trying to do a couple of things in the options. Let's try one option, see if it does anything for us. Because this is a glossy ray, I'm going to try to switch this treat glossy rays as GI and see what we get out of that. Back up a bit from that reflection. It's still toned down from where it was. So we can leave that to what was happening. I would say we live with it. We could try to put a displacement on there and see if the displacement got us any better reflection. We could work on maybe what that highlight was. We could adjust the highlight. Actually, I have a specular. Let's turn off the specular on that because the specular is a fake anyway. And let's see if that's causing the problem. Aha. So what was happening there is that we were getting a specular highlight on that object, but the specularity in the highlight, that's just a fake. That's just a fake highlight that's being put on it. The glossy reflection is actually the true highlight that should be happening on that material. So in this case, what we did is we went through a few permutations and we figured out that if we turned off the fake specular, then we didn't get that problem anymore. And so that's a good trick to have up your sleeve, is just to remember what that might be caused from. Let's just double check that that's going to fix it over here in this area as well. There we go. So that fixed it where it was problematic and being caused by the specular. This is still, that must still be a glossy highlight unless that's a different material. It's quite possible that the material that we had in this foreground is slightly different from the material back there. And just for due diligence, let's select it and see if that is the case. Yep, that was the case. So I think if we turn off that specular highlight on that material, we should get it fixed up. Let's say the sunlight is up to 1,500 or 30,000, or it's a really big value. Would that help anti-alias the final solution? My guess is that it would help anti-alias because it would shrink the values down and make them closer together. I don't know that you would get a whole lot of out of having your EXR clamped at that level, unless your lights and the reflections in those levels were all within that range. The sky and some of the clouds and some of those lights can fall in that range. So maybe that would work fine as long as you didn't have the sun would be the only thing I would imagine would be a much higher level from that. But it's definitely worth trying. It's definitely a good idea. So that fixed it. We had the wrong material at first, and then we grabbed the material, we turned off the specular, and we got rid of those little highlights. So that was a good catch here, and a good look at how to troubleshoot. So what I want to do now, and since we're rendering out these regions, I think we can still focus on the region. Let's do an indirect illumination that turns this over to brute force. And I'm going to use brute force. And it might take us a little bit of time to render, but but that's okay. Right now my brute force is set at 32 subdivisions. My secondary bounce is at 3. That's fine. You usually don't need to take this up too high, to have multiple additional bounces. Usually the energy is dissipated by then. And now what we want to look at is our anti-aliaser and our noise settings, our noise thresholds, combined with our indirect illumination, our brute force levels. These are all going to play a role together from a global standpoint. So where we were trying to cut corners before globally by lifting up some subdivisions and things like that, once you introduce a DMC sampler that's going to cover your whole image, like a depth of field might or anything like that, then these global settings have a bigger impact because it's operating on every pixel. So let's give this, I'm going to turn off subpixel and clamp output, and let's give this a shot. We'll see if this is going to render how fast. I want to show my last frame buffer so that we can. Let's get into an area like this. Just got a comment online that the voice is sounding a little scrambled. It might be because we're doing some heavy-duty rendering on this. I'll double check that I have low thread priority. Okay. So I'll check if this really starts to render. Let me double check that I have low thread priority and see if that helps our audio. Aha, there we go. Let's try that. So is the voice having any better throughput now that we've checked low thread priority? Great. It looks like that's improved. Good call on the folks that had noticed that. Apologize for having missed it. I'm going to cancel this one more time. I apologize. I want to put on one more render element, and that's our raw global illumination, because we want to be able to see what's happening with our GI. So the difference between the raw element, there's a question here about what's the difference between a raw element and the normal element. So we keep choosing the raw GI versus the VRay GI. And the key difference is that the raw GI is indicative of the global illumination before it's been multiplied by the diffuse color. So the raw lighting gets multiplied by the diffuse color to give us the VRay lighting. The raw GI gets multiplied by the diffuse color to give us the GI. So it's prior to it being multiplied by those colors. I think in this case we may have turned off our distributed rendering. And in this case we're definitely going to want to distribute to keep this thing going as fast as we can. I think I'm also going to reduce the size of what we're going to go ahead and what we're going to render so that we can keep it as speedy as possible. So it's going to take a minute to save the file and kick it over to our render slaves, but hopefully we'll pick up some speed as we try to render. I should probably reiterate that I wouldn't even try this method with an interior scene. It just would be too slow. For instance, our airport scene that we opened up earlier, it could take a while if we turned on brute force on that. So while this is rendering, there's a question here in Boston about we have our materials and our lights. Actually, most everything had a multiplier of 32 was the default that we've been working on. And if you noticed in the global settings for VRay, there's a global multiplier under the noise parameter that you can adjust what that subdivision is. It's just a matter of workflow. If you want to set your multipliers for everything, say at 8, and you want to globally up them to 32, you can make your multiplier 4, and that will make every single multiplier in your scene up to 32. And that's a perfectly fine way of working to do that. The only thing is that it globally ups your multipliers across the board. And I believe that also multiplies your hemispherical subdivisions. I'm not 100% sure if it does, but I think it does. So here we're getting our global illumination with brute force, and with the anti-aliasing that we're using and the noise threshold settings that we're using that we had discovered before, we're actually getting a pretty good result here. It's still taking some time to go through and do, but it's not so bad in terms of the noise that we have, especially when you look at it at 100%, when you look at it here. But similar to how we were working on reducing the noise before, we're going to change those settings, turn them down a little bit, and see what happens when we adjust the global noise setting, or if we want to adjust our subdivisions for our brute force. You'll notice too when I look at my raw GI setting, the GI isn't working so hard on this area, and that's partially because that reflective surface is flagging it so that it doesn't have to calculate, because the contribution of the GI to those surfaces is going to be less so. So it's not sampling it as much. So you can see in this area back here in the shadow, that's where the most noticeable noise is at. Okay, so that took a few minutes to render. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make our region just take into account this area where that most noticeable noise is. And what we were mentioning about the question was there's this global subdivisions multiplier right here that could take all of your subdivisions and up it. If I change this to 2 right here, that will multiply the subdivisions of my brute force as well as my reflections as well as my any of my lights in there. It'll multiply the subdivisions. So if we wanted to turn up the subdivisions globally and see what would happen, let's render out a region there. My guess is by multiplying all those subdivisions, it's going to take a little bit longer to render these buckets. One thing that I should confirm is that I'm not entirely certain if the global subdivisions control the amount of anti-aliasing subdivisions it's going to do as well. So if we double that globally, does it actually take our fixed anti-aliasing from 4 and double it to 8? That'll be something that I might render out a test to see if I can determine if that's the case. Okay, so it did finish a couple of buckets down here. And you can see that upping the subdivisions did help. It definitely made a difference here. But in order for this to really get smoothed out, we would need to change those noise thresholds, and we need to bring those down. The issue is going to be that this is already starting to take quite a bit of time to render. So bringing our noise threshold down to combat this is going to add more time to our render. And it's this has done a pretty good job. I'd say that it could be pretty livable. The only other test that I would consider doing at this point is to bring the noise threshold down, but take our global subdivisions back to 1 and see which one is better and faster. Those would be the 2 options that I would look at. I'm actually going to go ahead and cancel this since we've already seen what the result is doing right there. It's given us a little bit better option. let's take one last peek. We'll turn this down to 1. We'll drop our adaptive amount, say to 0.6, and our noise threshold to 0.05. And we'll leave everything else the same. And we'll just render out one little bucket next to there. And I'm going to turn off distributed because we don't need it to send to multiple machines just for this one bucket. And so what we want to do is we want to compare our results from this little slice to that slice. And the reason, again, that we're looking in this area is because this is going to be the area that's most difficult to get to act right because it's in the shadow. It's in the shadow. The GI is working hard there, as well as the dome light is putting area shadows. Okay, so finish that bucket, and it's not really giving us a whole lot of different results from our previous one. So again, we were looking at dropping that noise threshold down, and it didn't have that much of an impact on it as much as increasing the subdivisions did. So in that case, what I would say is that we could leave the noise subdivisions where they were, and whether or not we want it to be this smooth, or we could live with the result up here of not increasing that global multiplier, is sort of determined about how much time you have to render. But at least you can see that all those values work to control brute force GI as well. And one little known trick about brute force is that you can control it by material. So even if we still had indirect illumination set at a radiance map and light cache, we could render out this whole, we could render out the scene with a radiance and light cache, but let's say that we wanted to have a particular material still be brute force. And one material that I would consider having brute force would be this ground plane here, because that's where there's going to be contact shadows, and these little elements are all going to be touching the ground. And so if I select that material, which is called stone honed here, and you see we've got our sort of standard properties of it. If I go into the options here, there's a checkbox for use a radiance map. If you unclick that checkbox, what it's going to do is it's going to use brute force on that material to render it out. So that can be kind of a nice workaround. In this particular case, we say, oh no, everything is looking great. There's just a couple of little tiny places that I'd like to have brute force, and I could control that by material. You could do that just by turning this checkbox off for that material. If we really wanted to be tricky about it, we could even take something like, the detail enhancement will work as well, and as we looked at yesterday, sort of globally. But there might be an option, there might be a need for you to utilize that. Okay, so what I want to do before we break for lunch is I want to switch us over to VRay RT. And what I'm going to do to do that is I'm going to switch over to my active shade render. And I had already had VRay RT set up as my active shade. Oh, no, I apologize. switched it back. So let me go down to assign render, and I need to turn on VRay RT. I'll save that as my default, and then I'm going to switch over to active shade here. And now what I'm going to get is I'm going to actually click this over to view, and I've got an output size that's specific to what I'm working on here. I'm going to make this 400 by 500, that smaller rendering size that we had used yesterday. I don't need displacement on in this case. So those are sort of my global settings. And now I've got my VRay RT settings. So what I could do is we could take these machines that we have and we could put them in distributed mode for VRay RT as well. We'll just leave it as this one for now. That'll be fine. We have some parameters for our shading, how many traces it's going to use, what the depth of the GI. We could put an override material. Let's say we wanted this thing, we wanted to put a dirt map over it and see what it would look like with an ambient occlusion map. We could do that. We can adjust the performance by the ray bundle size and the rays per pixel. You can tweak those up or down to help out. And we've got two different types that we can use here. We've got the CPU version of VRay RT, and we've got the OpenCL, which is also the GPU version. And the GPU version, depending on your video card, is there are a couple of limitations that it's not able to do that the CPU version can. But whenever you can use the CPU version, it is it's a lot faster, up to 20 plus times faster than the CPU. So I'm not going to worry about stereo vision for now. One thing that I do believe that I have in this scene is I do believe I have VRay proxy objects, but let's leave that off for right now. And let me click on active shade. So when we click on active shade, it's going to load up the scene, and you can see that it's giving me a couple of errors in here in terms of some things that it's not supporting, like the VRay blend material. That's okay. Hopefully it'll pick this up soon. If not, we may have to check our settings a little bit. We could also turn off some of this furniture that's on in the scene because we don't necessarily need to render all of this stuff out at once. I'm going to exit out of here really quick and see if I can't turn off a couple of things. I also want to check my production settings. Let me see if it's having a problem, if it tries to think it's pulling these from that file. Turn off some of the furniture objects. Just going to return some of these settings. I don't think it's going to affect it, but I just want to remove the variable out of the equation. Let's see if this opens up. If this doesn't start after about 30 seconds or so, I might switch it over to the GPU and see if it's possible that my video card is not happy right now. Okay, I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to turn off our dome light. And I'm just going to use the regular backdrop of that. See if it was having a problem trying to calculate that, because that dome light is a pretty beefy calculation. And let's even just try the CPU and see if we can't get that to show up. There we go. I have a feeling that it was just it was not happy. So one of the things that I want to do actually is I want to turn off the turn off these values for warnings, and don't need those on my screen. There we go. So now that's up and running. I have a feeling that it was that dome light that it was trying to calculate, which is it might have been taking a little bit of time to do that. What we can do now with our VRay RT, remember yesterday at the end of the day where we wanted to start to apply, you know, maybe the lighting changes, positions, we can move our camera around here, look at different areas, and it's going to render as close to real time as possible. And what I would use this for, what I would use VRay RT for in production is it's really great in order to choose sun angles and lighting qualities and be able to see in real time what happens if you adjust some of those parameters. So let me select my sunlight. Close that assembly. And now if I want to see what happens with the sun earlier in the day as it swings around, the sun's higher in the sky, maybe it's earlier in the morning, we can start to run through some quick evaluations of our scene. for instance, yesterday we talked about some of our sun settings like turbidity. Well, what happens if I bring the turbidity way up? Probably too much. So you can see, all right, well, if I bring the turbidity way up like that, it's very dusty. It's put a lot of artifacts in there. If I bring my ozone, what happens if I increase the intensity? We talked yesterday about the size multiplier. Whoops. So we can start to evaluate some of these different changes that we want to look at, as well as I find it to be really useful. I keep selecting off my sunlight. Apologies for that. Turn that later in the afternoon. There we go. I find it to be a really useful tool for being able to go in and adjust material parameters. So yesterday, one of the things that we did is we adjusted this overall color. And if we wanted to look at that with some different materials applied, we can see results immediately. We can see them really quickly, and it's nice to be able to do that and review it with a client. The question here is how is it doing it so quickly, and that's the beauty of the VRay RT engine. It's porting it to a standalone version of VRay that has been developed to render these kind of settings in real time. So let's try this. I want to, now that we've turned off the dome light, let's see if we can get it to work in VRay RT for the CPU. So I'm in active shade, I'm in VRay RT. I'm going to turn on OpenCL for the CPU and see if this will open up or not. So the question is, what's the cost? What is this doing that the production rendering is not doing? Well, the production rendering is is doing things like your anti-aliasing and all those renders with render elements and so on. But in this particular case, it doesn't seem like the GPU version wants to work for me in this case. So we'll click back over to the CPU version. You're not going to use this for your final output. You probably wouldn't use this to render out what your final image is going to be. You can save it. You can save an image from this and send it out, and it will continue to refine and build, it'll continue to develop refinements if you just let it cook for long enough. And you could certainly send these out as progress renders and so on, but it lacks some of the features that the production renderer is able to do. We can't get at our elements here like we could get in production. It's not going to anti-alias the way that we were looking at before. But it is calculating GI, it's calculating glossy reflections and refractions. It's giving you a very good estimate of what's happening in your scene. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and we'll close this down. If anybody has any questions, let me know. If you have any questions before we sign off here for our lunch break. If you do, just go ahead and type it into the chat window, or if you're in Boston, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, well, it looks like we're all set with questions for now. Let's sign off and return back at 1 p.m. Okay, so one of the challenges that we found in working with these production scenes is that sometimes these large files can give us some errors and be a little troublesome to work with, but so far we've been okay. So what I have here is I've just opened up an interior scene, and I'm showing this in box bounding mode right now so that it's taking less of a hit on my video card. If I minimize Max for a second and I go over to my project folder, I'll just show you what this image looked like. Okay, so this is the image that we're looking at, and let me zoom in to actual pixels here so we can start to evaluate some of the things that are going on. What you'll notice is that we're working with a lot of different types of challenging surfaces, objects, details. You could see actually once we're zoomed in here at 100%, we're getting a little bit of noise and a little grain. We're also getting a little noise and grain on our glossy subdivisions here. And, we've looked at a lot so far of the optimal settings, of trying to reduce all of these things. But I also just want to show you that it is okay in production to have, you're able to live with some of these things. And again, it's always that battle between time, how much time you have to finish something, and the quality at which you want to output. We'd also notice some folks here in Boston had mentioned, by the time that you print this out on an 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 17, some of these details that we slave over tend to not make so much of a difference, including, the noise begins to look a little bit like film grain and so on. So what we wanted to do with this scene is we wanted to look at what some of the techniques and challenges for rendering interior scenes are like. And specifically in this scene, we want to focus on the differences between it and the airport file that we worked on earlier today. It shares some similarities in terms of the fact that there is skylight and sunlight that's coming through openings and windows, and you'll see that's coming in on the left-hand side. But in this case, we also have interior lighting as well. So we've got some sconces, lamps here. We've got this light above the stove. And what you're actually not seeing on screen is that we've also got some fill lights that are in the hallway next to us that are mimicking some of the type of soft fill light that you might add if you were on set for a photo shoot. I will also say that zooming back into 100% here, and we notice some of the noise and grain that we were talking about before, it's probably worth mentioning that I don't think that there was a subdivision in this scene that was higher than 16. And you know, we had looked at, you know, most of our subdivisions earlier were 32, or you know, we even started to creep up from there. And I think it's also worth mentioning that I think most of these subdivisions were, you know, between 8 and 16. So that was a sacrifice in terms of getting this to render quickly. So I can exit out of Photoshop here. And I'll pull back up this file. This was a copy that I'd saved to my hard drive, and I'm going to move it to a location that the render boxes can see. Okay, so now the file is in its location that we want to have it. And all of these boxes, you see, I'm just going to leave those set it boxes so our display is as optimized as it can be. But if I select on a couple of these objects, I also want you to see that, let's see. Go to a top view. Some of these objects you're going to notice when I select on them, they're actually VRay proxy objects. And this scene had been done before 64-bit as well. And so any of the objects that were high polygons that we were using multiple versions of in the scene, like these bar stools, were all converted over to VRay proxy objects to save the memory footprint on rendering. I'm not going to get too far in depth into VRay proxies for the purposes of this scene, but in the next one where we look at the marina, I'll talk about how you create VRay proxies, how you can bring back your original mesh from a VRay proxy, and some of the pros and cons of using them. So let's take a quick look at some of our lights in this. I'm going to hit Shift-G to turn off my geometry. And what you'll notice is, and it's probably no surprise, that we've got a few area lights out here that are in our openings. And those area lights, as you probably would have expected from our tutorial earlier this morning, that these are set to skylight portals. Currently, I had them set to skylight portals and affecting specular. I actually don't need them to affect specular, so I'm going to turn that off. I think I checked that by mistake. And then you'll notice that I've got the checkbox here for these skylight portals set to simple. And that's a little bit different than what we were doing before. What simple does is it actually simplifies the sampling of what these skylight portals see in terms of its light. And in our previous scene, changing this to between simple and not wasn't necessarily going to affect our end result because it had direct access. There wasn't anything in between it and the skylight itself. In this case, however, when I turn on Shift-G to show my geometry, you'll notice that, and showing up in box mode, this is a balcony and a terrace. And what's happening is that there is all of this geometry out here that's affecting where the skylight is coming from. Well, if I wanted it to be more accurate, I could have left this just like that as a skylight portal without turning on simple. But in effort to speed things up a little bit and not have it have to worry about that balcony and how that's affecting the light, I turned it on to simple. And that was just a choice that I made to hopefully make it a little faster. We should also look here. I've got a sunlight that's set up. and I've got my sunlight parameters in here. You can see that I'm actually using the CIE overcast file, and that was a preference as well. My environment, because I merged this into a new file, is missing my VRay sky map, so I'm going to go ahead and add that into this scene. Oh, one thing I just noticed is on rebooting the machine, my VRay license needs to open up again, so give me 2 seconds to save out and start up the VRay license. So I'm going to go to Chaos Group here and go to licensing and launch my license server. And that puts my little license server open, and now when I go back into Max, I'll be able to get to all my VRay materials and parameters. Okay, now with Max back up, we'll open our living room scene file back up. Looks like it's taking a minute for our scene to load here. It's scene's probably just under 100 megabytes worth of information, but then there's also a load of proxies and things that it has to refer to. So hopefully it'll only take another couple of seconds to open this file up. There we go, now it's back up. Okay, so we were talking about our sunlight and skylight, and we were going to open up our material editor and get a skylight. So I'm going to go into one of my maps here and go down to VRay Sky. And then I'm going to go to my environment, and I'm going to drag this VRay Sky into the environment so that it's now using it. And this VRay Sky map is, because I haven't set any of the settings inside of this, it's going to pull its data directly from what I have in my sunlight. So it's the only sky map I have in here. If I wanted to take manual control over that, I could put in a different sun node even if I turned it off, and I could adjust those settings for the sky to be separated from my sunlight. So now that I have that in the background, we can continue to look at what some of my other lights are in the scene. Okay, so in this scene we also had those couple of lamps in there, and you can see that what I've done is I've used a VRay sphere light inside of the lamps acting as my bulb. We could do several different things here. We could actually put an IES file inside of as our light there, and that's going to be that would be the most accurate, and a VRayIES file where we're pulling illumination data that would mimic a light bulb. In this case, this scene had actually been set up prior to when VRay had put the VRayIES implementation. So we'll look at what we can do with some of those techniques. And then we've got some can lights over here in the back, which are small area lights, and again we can look at what those might become if they're IES. And then we've got our range lights here. One of the things that you're going to notice, and I should point this out, is that in my lights, for instance my down lights that are over here in the kitchen, you'll notice that my intensity is set to luminous power. And this goes hand in hand with our physical workflow that we've been talking about from the beginning. So in our scenes where we're going to use lights, we want to try to be as accurate with our lighting data as we can. And in this case, luminous power, measuring in lumens, I'm putting in a value for the amount of lumens that would be typical for that type of fixture. We can look at some online resources for IES files and websites like Airco that can give you illumination data, and you can plug that value right in. We can also, as Jeff mentioned yesterday, sometimes you want to measure your light temperatures in Kelvin. And here what we could do is, if we wanted to change our color temperature, or we didn't want to control just by choosing a color, we could choose temperature. And 6500 Kelvin was that value that Jeff was mentioning mimics daylight. Well, the lower the Kelvin value is, if I take this down to 2500, the more incandescent your color of your light is going to look. It's going to become a lot warmer. And as we drag this up, say to 3500, you'll notice that it goes through the standard Kelvin spectrum. So if I scroll this up, and you can see as we get up to 5500, that's where it looks very, very close to bright white. And once we pass it, we start to get into our blue range, and so on. So we can get into a very, very deep blue once we get up to 30,000. Well, what we want to do is, for the purposes of this rendering, I like a little bit of warmth in my images, so I'm going to keep this temperature at about 4500, a little bit less than our daylight bulbs. Now, one suggestion that I might make is, when you're setting up your test renders, it's conceivable just to put your temperature all at either at a known value of say 5500 or 6500, and then begin to work with your temperatures once you have the type of lights all set up in there. That's just a personal preference. We also learned yesterday that with our render elements that we've been using, we can make some subtle changes in Photoshop or our compositing software to the coloration of our light passes and decide then what we want to have. The only trick to that is, if you change the color of your light in post, it's not going to change the color of the bounced light that it provides in your scene for your GI. And you'll even notice that I have luminous power set for the sphere lights and also for the range lights above. Okay, well, another thing that we talked about, and this is my camera here, and we're not actually seeing these lights that are on the sides in our camera. So if I select this light over here and I go to my camera, it's off camera. And what I've done in this scene is I've gone in and I've set up lights that are on the periphery that are going to help fill in some of the dark areas, because with the strong sunlight and skylight coming into the scene, it's not going to illuminate this entire room perfectly for an exposure of my camera. And these couple of lamps and can lights and so on are also not going to provide quite enough illumination for me to balance out the sort of amount of light that's coming in from the exterior versus the interior. So I've gone ahead and I've created some lights here on the periphery. And you could see that I've actually, these I hadn't converted to luminous power yet, but I should. And these are soft lights. They're little area lights, and the reason that I've chose area lights is because I don't want them to have very, very distinct shadows. If I were to put a spotlight there, if you could imagine if we had a cone of light coming from off the screen, you would see some very distinct sharp shadows as it was hitting the objects. Well, I'm trying to hide these fill lights a little bit. I don't want them to be too noticeable. In fact, it's almost as if I were I'm thinking of these in terms of it's similar to like an umbrella. If you were to bring a soft umbrella in here and kind of use that as a light, you would get a diffuse quality to it. So let's kind of take a peek at what these lights are doing. I'm going to turn them on. I'm going to go to my camera and I'm going to hit Shift-G to turn on my geometry. There's a question online if I've ever heard of anyone using IES files that are exported from lights and Revit FBX files. I haven't done that personally directly from a Revit export, but an IES file should be an IES file. Essentially, that data should translate in directly. So I would think that there wouldn't be any problems with it, but I haven't tried it out myself. So I'm going to use I'm going to make this a small rendering. We'll do 500 by 400 so that it's pretty small. And then I'm going to go into my VRay parameters. Now this I merged in from a new scene, so I need to go through and make sure that I enable all the things that I want. And so this is actually a good time for us to sort of walk through an initial setup. I'm enabling my built-in frame buffer because that's the most powerful frame buffer for us to use and look at with our histories and our elements. My global switches, I'm not going to worry about displacement. I'm not going to worry about hidden lights or glossy effects. We've been using adaptive DMC up until this point. This is going to be no different. We'll have glossy effects, area, shadows, those types of things. We don't need any blurring on our final image with the anti-aliasing filter. Just as a force of habit, I unlock my DMC sampler threshold, so if I want to control my anti-aliasing here, I can. And then, of course, we're going to change our gamma to 2.2, but and then we'll turn on don't affect colors so that VRay knows what we're aiming. All right, I'm going to right-click and close all those rollouts. My indirect illumination, if I want to, I can turn on indirect illumination. We could, for the purposes of just testing out these lights, see what, just render out with the lights. But I'm going to do a radiance map and light cache like we did for our airport. And I'm going to turn this way down because I'm not really evaluating the quality of my GI at this point. I'm evaluating the solution that I'm coming up with in terms of my lighting. And I'm also going to show you another setting in the VRay lights that will speed some calculations up as you're testing too. So my minimum rate, I'm going to make that -5. And I think my maximum rate I'm going to make maybe -4. I'm not going to have my radiance map work too hard. So I am going to show the calculation phase in the direct light because I'd like to see what that looks like as I'm going on. Mentioned yesterday that multipass is just a personal preference between if you want to see it go through several passes or just do it once. Light cache, I'm going to turn down my subdivisions for light cache just to start out with, and I'm also going to turn on show calculation phase. Again, I'm looking to get quick results here. I don't care so much about my illumination. I don't even have glossies turned on, so I don't actually need to worry about my light cache for glossy rays. One of the things that's been added to VRay 2.0 is this retrace threshold, and that feature is something that you're going to want to turn on when you use light cache for glossy rays. I guess it determines how I guess it better calculates these glossy rays when they're in the light cache with the retrace threshold on. But we have glossy rays turned off, so it's okay. And then our noise threshold we can leave at our default for right now. Our dynamic memory limit is something that we might want to think a little bit about in this particular case. Because I mentioned that I have a whole bunch of proxy files, this dynamic memory limit is going to be the limit at which VRay decides to cycle in and out information. So as soon as I reach 400 megabytes of dynamic memory, and that includes my proxies, and I believe it includes what we have in our light cache, once it hits that 400 megabyte limit, it's going to cycle things in and out of RAM and swap it. Well, that's going to make things slow down a little bit, and since I've got 12 gigs of RAM on this machine, I've got plenty of space and footprint for us to load up all those proxies. This was a value that that was very important when 32-bit computing was all you had to work with. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn this value up a bit so that I know that all my proxies will fit in RAM and it doesn't have to cycle in and out. I'm just going to choose a smaller render bucket region here. There could be a slight difference in the speed of which it renders between the number of buckets and the size of the buckets and how it cycles it in and out of RAM. I've found that 32 has been a pretty good setting for me throughout. And then, of course, we're going to have our distributed rendering on in low thread priority so that we don't lose audio. And now we're going to go to our VRay raw lighting and raw global illumination and turn those couple of pieces on. Well, since we went through all that hard work, I'm going to go ahead and save so that we don't lose our changes. So another thing that might be smart to do before we go ahead and start to render this is I have a lot of knickknacks and things that are in my scene. You remember from that rendering that we looked at, there's all kinds of plates inside of here, flowers and those types of objects. I'm actually going to go ahead and turn those off while we're test rendering because I don't care so much about what those are rendering like off the bat. What I care more about is the quality of this light that's coming through. So I've turned off a bunch of those pieces. The other thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to hit Shift F so that we can see our safe frame and our render size. I'm just going to render a region. We're really only caring right now about this right-hand side of my image, because we want to see how much that's starting to fill in. So I'm going to maybe make a region that's about that big and go ahead and give it a render. And of course, while this is rendering, if anybody's got any questions, feel free to go ahead and post them to a chat window, and we'll do our best to answer them for you. There we go. So it's building that light cache pretty quickly, and it's starting to render that stuff out. Well, you're probably thinking to yourself that that's a little dark, but we have to remember that we need to turn on our sRGB lookup here so that we can see what's happening. And a couple of things that we should notice. If I turn on raw GI, you can see what those lights are kind of bouncing around. Now, this light is also still taking into account the skylight that's outside as well, because that's in our environment. And so that's why this GI is getting lit up. But if I just look at the raw lighting, you're seeing that these are where those lights are coming from that are off screen, and it's producing this general illumination that's happening on my picture. If I, just to help illustrate what's happening, if I turn up my exposure just so that we can see it a little bit better, now we can actually see where those shadows are. And remember, we're trying to create these sort of soft shadows, and we're trying to hide them a little bit so that you can't necessarily really tell where these lights are coming from, so that they feel more natural. In this case, these lights are in a pretty good spot. We're getting a little bit more, we're getting a little shading underneath the chair, but we would expect to see some of that. We'd expect to see some shading underneath the chair and around the pillow and around the arm, and we're being very sort of subtle with it, and that's a good start. If you noticed, I'd also had a few more lights on that side, and I'm going to switch over to a top view so that we can see them. There's a hallway over here. Let me grab my light so I can select them. So there are VRay lights that are in this hallway, and they're just soft area lights. And these would be as if those were sort of can lights that were off in that distance. Well, right now these are set as just regular area lights as a plane. They're 3 inches by 3 inches, which is roughly the size of what I expect those to be. Let me go ahead and I'll turn those on. And let's see what they add. In this case, I'm going to actually change my color temperature. I'm going to match the color temperature I had of the previous one. It's casting shadows, but it's affecting diffuse, specular, and reflection. So these lights I'm not trying to hide as much because they're lights that would actually be possible. One of the questions online is, what do you save your final as? Do you go into the common control under the render setup and save your final there? You can. You can go into the common tab and you could save your file as an EXR. What I've been doing is I've been saving out through the VRay frame buffer selection. I've been saving out a EXR file from that VR image selector, and I'll show you that again once I can open up the render dialog. And that's where we were saving out our multi-channel EXR. That's the best place to save that multi-channel EXR file. If I'm going to save a TIFF, Targa, JPEG, one of those types of files, I will go through the common render dialog setup and grab it from there. There we go, and now we can see that with this layer of these lights, they're coming through nice and soft here. We're getting a couple of hits of light, and it's adding some onto this edge. And what I'm doing is, one of the nice benefits of doing this physically accurate setup is we haven't done any magic. We haven't done any voodoo. The only thing that we've done that was a little secretive is we put in these sort of fill umbrella lights. But that happens every day in photography. Every single image you see in a magazine has taken some serious care to put in these additional lights to kind of fill it in where it needs to be or get it painted. So what we're able to do, and even though we're using, these aren't 100% accurate because they're just an area light, we could go in and we could put a VRayIES light in there, and let's go ahead and do that now. If I go ahead to Lights and I go to VRay, I can choose VRayIES file here. And if I click and drag, that has a target to it there, so you can see that my light is going down to a target. But what I really want is, I actually want my, let me move this light to the X, Y, and Z of that. And then I'll take this target, since I want it to shine straight down. I'll move the X, Y to match up with that. So essentially now I just have my VRayIES file is right here. I do want to move it, make sure it's not in the ceiling, and you could see that I had my previous lights were slightly lower than the ceiling, so that's good. We don't want to be in the ceiling, otherwise those lights aren't going to do anything. And what we want to do now is we want to grab an IES file. And so when we click on None, it's going to ask us for an IES file. And I believe that I have some IES files here in my library that are a whole bunch of different ones. You can see that back in the days of Lightscape IES files, there's a million of them, from Airco, from GE, Edison Price. You can do some basic web searches and get all kinds of IES files for fixtures. I actually have one here that's kind of a normal can light, and I'm actually going to copy it from this location to the location where everything can be seen. So I'm going to go in my living room file. I'm going to paste this in. And so this is just an Airco light. I'm going to open this up. And what you're going to notice is it's given me a power of 3,500. That's 3,500 lumens. It hasn't given me a temperature, but I can choose my temperature. In this case, I'm going to stick with that 4,500, a little bit warmer than daylight. And now with that file, the only thing we have to look at, does it affect shadows? Yep. Should it affect the diffuse color, the specular? Yes, it should. Should it use this light shape? And the light shape for each IES file has its own specific light shape that's been measured. And in this case, yes, I do want to use that light shape. And then how detailed do I want that shape to be? Well, we're going to leave it at 8 to start and see if we need to increase this shape subdivisions, we can. Then there's one last checkbox here that's for area speculars. And area speculars will create sort of a specular highlight on it. In this instance, because it's a spotlight, I really don't actually need my area speculars on. I don't need to worry about having that calculate. And so with this light selected, I'm going to instance it over in a couple of spots. No pun intended. And I'm going to turn off my original light. I'll save the file so we don't have to go through that again. Now, if anybody noticed, the original area lights that I had in those locations were close to 3,500, but I think they were a little brighter. They were maybe 5,000 lumens. And that was just, imagine if it was a brighter bulb than this typical can light that we're going to drop in there. But it wasn't anything crazy. It was a value that made sense from a physical realm. And we'll compare the results between what we get from these IES files versus those area area lights. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my frame buffer. So this is where I'd been saving files up until now. If I turn on render to VRay raw image file and I choose browse and I say living room and I choose EXR file and I give that a location, that's saving my multi-channel EXR file. That's where I've been saving most of my images. If we wanted to, we could go to our Common tab and we could choose Files and save out our file from this dialog box as well. If you save out an EXR file from this dialog box, just make sure you override to 1.0. Anything else, a TIFF file, Targa, JPEG, you can leave as the system default gamma because we set that to 2.2 when we started. All right, so show last frame buffer and we can see what that looked like. I'm going to open up my frame buffer history and save this so that we can compare it. And I'll set that as A. And now we'll go ahead and render this new one. And what we're really looking at is we're looking at this area. You can see where these lights are coming through. We could also turn off those, and it might make sense for us to do that. We could also turn off those lights that were our soft umbrella lights when we're evaluating. One thing that I've learned is if you evaluate a set of lights at a time or a type of lights at a time in particular zones, it makes the whole thing go a lot faster than trying to adjust everything all at once. There you go. We're getting a little bit softer spread. It's not quite as bright as the other ones, but it's similar in its result. And if I save this and we set this first one as A and the second one as B, we can see that our fake lights were not so bad. So we're still being very subtle with the differences here. I like our new solution, I think, a little bit better. But what we could do is we could take the new solution and we could increase the amount of light. And the way I like to think about this is, yes, there is a physically accurate value that's coming from your light, and that value is set to 3,500 lumens for this particular light. The photographer in me wants to put the whole world on a dimmer so that you can increase light or lessen the light. And oftentimes you'll go into a space where you bring your own bunch of light bulbs and you change them out so that you can do just that. So within range, I think it's fine to increase this number from say 3,500 to 5,000. We're not making anything wildly different up. And so I'm pretty comfortable with what we've generated there. It could stand to reason that these lights that we created for our IES files could also replace the lights that we have in our kitchen. So I'm going to instance these over to where these kitchen lights are. And I just want to double check that those are not past the ceiling, which they are. So I'm going to drop those down so that they're not set inside the ceiling. And here what we can do is we can actually start to render this whole view. So I'm going to render the whole view instead of the region. Okay, and remember we're looking at the raw lighting and not the RGB color. Once we look at the RGB color, we'll see that some of the things that I've been doing with my exposure were getting blown out of proportion there. But I can also show you that you can start to witness some of the challenges. At my regular exposure, it's really, really bright outside. And if I drop my exposure weight, down enough to make it clear out there, I'm pretty dim inside. And this is one of those instances where I was mentioning that if you were taking a photograph, you would probably take multiple exposures and use them to kind of blend between the two and paint between the two. But as we were looking at the raw lighting here, you could see, and I'm just going to up my exposure so we could see it a little bit better, we've got a pretty decent fill light coming in from those off-screen lights. We're getting some light here from our IES files. It might be that we may want to consider upping the subdivisions of that light shape to see if that's going to make any difference, just to be sure that it's not creating anything that's jagged. But let's say that we're okay with this for now. What we want to do is we want to switch our focus over to that environment light. So I'm going to turn off these lights that are on this side. And I'm going to turn on our skylight portals. And let's do a rendering with just the skylight portals on. So now we're just looking at what that contribution is from the outside light, from that exterior source. Currently we have the sunlight off. This is just our skylight that's out there, and our VRay skylight portals. And it's a good way to see what kind of ambient light is coming into the scene. Keep in mind that we're not using very good GI settings yet, so we're not going to get really defined global illumination. It's just going to give us a general kind of sense of what's happening. But what we are going to see is that there's a big difference when we put these skylight portals in our images, and this is what we were trying to achieve when we were looking at the airport earlier. These skylight area lights are providing a lot of these really nice airy shadows, and albeit it's a little noisy, it is picking up on all the detail of the ins and outs of our ceiling wood, of our cabinet joints, some of this intricate bar geometry. You can even see that the edge of the carpet, the thickness of the carpet, is getting that clean area shadow along. And these are the kind of things that we want to be getting. Now, if I right-click outside and I select my sky value out there, you can see that it's set to be pretty high. Right now, it's a little overexposed. It's almost a float value of 3. Well, some of the things that we can do to try to combat that is we could have a light that would affect our skylight portal as a bright skylight, and then something else out there that was a dimmer sky that we wanted to only have in reflections and so on. But this is actually pretty accurate of what you would expect to get. And so really the challenge is going to be the challenge is going to be that if we render this thing out, and the beauty of the EXR files is we render this thing out once as a 32-bit float file, and we have all of our individual exposures built in. So the last thing I'm going to do to show you guys here is let's just turn on all of our lights. Now, could we start to bring up the intensity of our umbrella lights? Yep, we could probably raise those up slightly. I think I had some miscellaneous lights that I don't need. One thing I forgot to do here is I forgot to turn on our sunlight. Apologies about that. Let me just grab that and turn it on. There we go. Now we have that sunlight streaking through, doing what we hoped it would do. You can see the sunlight has also warmed up the image quite a bit by bringing in that intense yellowy light. So you can see it looked like I had my camera a little bit overexposed from where it should be. But here it is with the sunlight in, and we've got a little bit of, you could still see a little bit of detail outside. There are a couple of hot spots that are probably a little too bright where the sun is hitting it. And the concept, the thing that I want everyone to understand is that at some point, no matter what you do in this physical workflow, even if you were doing this in reality and this was a sunny, bright day inside of this room, it's going to be a challenge to photograph. It's going to be a challenge to balance these things. What we can do is we can actually take advantage of our ability to control some of these options. Like, for instance, maybe our multiplier of our sun, maybe we do actually pretend like that sun went behind a cloud and it got diffused a little bit and it wasn't quite as intense. Or we held up a screen and we filtered that light some. The other thing that I would suggest is that we kept mentioning that you can get multiple exposures out of your single image. Well, you can also use your VRay Light Select to give you separate lighting passes for the different zones that you're going to work on. And when we switch gears over to the marina in a couple of minutes here, you're going to see that the different zones, having control over the different zones of light is something that's helpful. If I go back to this Photoshop file, and we look at that final image, you'll see that there still are some pretty bright hot spots here where the sun is hitting and where this light is. There, I filled in these areas a little bit more with an additional exposure, but this is a combination of a couple of different exposures from an EXR file that I sort of painted carefully. If I were to do it all over again, I would bring a little bit more definition back into the sky. The sky is a little bit too blown out. The way the water in the sky looks, not quite as nice as I wish it was. You'll also notice that I toned down some of the temperature in the scene here. It's not as warm as that final sun, but this image was generated using basically all of those lighting techniques. The VRay skylight portals, you'll see, are picking up a lot of nice definition on the ceiling, as well as it's helping to create some of these edges and things on the trim up there. This could potentially be a spot on trim like that for your brute force by material. You might be able to sacrifice a little bit of additional render time on there. But even using the physical workflow setup, the idea is that you treat everything as though it's on a dimmer so that you have control over its brightness, its temperature, and then also you don't necessarily have to take what you see as what you get from your output, just like you would when you're setting up a photograph. So let's do this. Let's take about 10 minutes and come back right at 2:10. And what I'm going to do is we're going to switch gears over to the marina and talk about managing a large exterior file. Okay, so I just want to do a quick sound check. We're going to come back here and take a look at one of our final scenes, which is going to be this really large exterior scene. And what we want to be able to do by taking a look at this scene is we want to be able to understand how we can manage a large scene and as well as what some of the proxy workflow things might be. Okay, so in this scene, what you're going to notice is that we have a lot of different color objects in here, and almost nothing looks as though as its geometry, and that's actually pretty accurate. All of these buildings in this scene have been converted into proxy objects. And let's just take a look at one of them quickly. So one of the things you're going to notice is I have my poly count up here, and you're going to see that my poly count says that we're at 3 million polygons, but it also says that this proxy object is just 10,000 faces. And so one thing to note, just as if you're keeping count on your polygons, that this is not an accurate representation of how many polygons this is. This is just what that proxy is showing in your scene. So this scene actually probably has about 15 or 20 million polygons in it, and it's a pretty heavy-duty scene. So this here is just a building model that had been converted to a proxy, and you can see that when I select it, it tells me that it's an object and that it's referencing this mesh file. And this mesh file here is building 08 master. I guess before we do that, let me just double check that this scene is seeing in the asset tracker all the files. Yep, okay, good. So it is referencing this VR mesh file, and that's right here, building 08 master version 3. Well, another thing that we want, so this VR mesh file is a file that lives outside of our scene as a separate entity, and it gets loaded in by VRay as it needs to when it goes to render. This object has been collapsed, VRay objects, or VRay proxies, I'm sorry. Let me just reset my material editor slots. This object has got a single multi-sub object material on it. And so that's one of the tricks, I guess, of working with VRay proxy objects, is that because it's one object, you're going to have to apply a multi-sub object material to it for it to retain all of the different materials that you want. Now, one thing to mention, because I've seen people, let's say that I'll make sure I'm on a layer that's visible here. If we have a collection of objects, we've got a few of these boxes and a teapot and a cylinder, and we're going to copy these around our scene as an entity in a bunch of different locations. Well, you don't need to select these images or these objects and collapse to a single object before converting to a VRay proxy. I've seen a lot of people where they think that you have to take this and collapse it down to a single object before turning it into a VRay proxy. You don't actually have to do that. But what you do need to do is you do need to make sure that the materials that are applied to this, the material IDs most importantly, are the right material IDs for your multi-sub object. So if I put a material ID, and that's 1, and I do another one here that's material 2, and let me just copy it. Material 3, material 4. Now if I select these objects right here and I right click, I can go to convert to oh no, I'm sorry, VRay mesh export is what I want. So if I do VRay mesh export, it'll say export all objects into a single file or export each selected object into a separate file. Well, it depends what I want to do. If this is a collection that I'm going to keep together and instance around, let's say it was a group of trees or something, then I'm going to put it into one single file. And that's what I'm going to do for the purposes of this. What I can do is I can specify the preview mesh now. That's a new feature in 2.0. And what we can also do is we can make animated proxies. So if you have a point cache person or something like that that's moving and it's got a walk cycle, you can export those guys to a particular proxy. I'm going to do automatically create proxy, so that's going to put the proxy in, and you should note that it's going to put the VRay proxy in the current layer that we're in. So the layer that we make current is where that's going to go. And remember I said that when I selected on this VRay proxy, it said it was 10,000 faces. Well, the faces in the preview is what determines that value. That's why that was showing up. So if you want fewer faces, you can type in a lower number there. If you want to try to have more faces, you can have that. But I'll just keep 10,000. And what that's done is that's created my proxy object. And that proxy object, I can either do preview from file or I can do bounding box. I'm going to hide everything else except for it. And if I go to render this file, let me just double check my render settings because we haven't opened up the scene in a little while. Let's see, enable frame buffer, global switches, glossies are off. That looks good. Radiance light cache. We've got a low value. That looks good. I'm going to turn off distributed rendering just for right now. We don't necessarily need that. I'm going to turn off my elements. Okay, so I render out this file. You'll notice that it is giving me an error message here. Because I have light cache for glossy arrays checked, it's reminding me to turn on that new retrace threshold, which we will in a second once we go back. It helps if I have a light turned on. Or if I tell it to, one of the things we should be able to do is we should be able to turn default lights on. And that's just this checkbox here, and see if we can get it to render with that. There we go. So with default lights on, it rendered our objects. Well, we put all those material IDs on it, 1, 2, 3, and 4, but we never applied a material. And so what we need to do is, I'm just going to grab this material that's on it, and it should, if all goes correctly, actually you could see my material IDs on this material start at 4, which is not going to be good for me. So let's make a copy of this, and let's go 1, 2, oh, maybe there are some material IDs at the bottom. Ah, there we go. We just weren't seeing them. So it does have those material IDs. I'm going to put 4 separate materials inside of there just so that we can assign different colors to them and see it. Not sure why it's taken so long to open up our materials here. There we go. So I'm going to bring in a VRay material. I'm going to give that a diffuse color that we'll be able to see. I'm going to drag that into my material 1. And I'm just going to make a copy of it throughout these other ones. And change my color. Now, when I apply this to the object, replace that material, it's remember those material IDs. So you don't have to collapse down to a single object before you convert to your VRay proxy. That's not a good use of your time. But what you just need to make sure is that you've got your material IDs applied to the objects that you want to have the separate materials, so that when you do need to apply it, the materials will go on the right spot. The other thing that you need to make sure of before you do this is you want to make sure your UVW maps or any of your modifiers are already in place. So I'll put this building material back on, and another thing that we can do is we can take this object, and one of the great features that VRay has built in is that you can import this back as a mesh. So after we've converted this to a VRay mesh file, if we need to bring it back, we can import as a mesh. And we have the option to use explicit normals or weld vertices in result. All right, so I'm going to bring that back. One of the things that you'll notice off the bat is that it's brought back our mesh. It's working on deleting an object here, I think. Okay. It did bring back our mesh, but there's no material applied to it. And it's brought it back as a single object. So you do lose a little bit of functionality after you convert it to a mesh and you try to bring it back. Yes, the geometry is there, but if you had created it like we did originally, where we had multiple objects, if we try to bring it back now, we'd have to separate those objects out. It does remember the material IDs, so that's fine. It will keep that in play. You have to remember to also apply your material back to those objects if you bring back the mesh. So it doesn't come back with the material on it by default. You have to remember to put it back on. What you also need to remember to do is copy that material into your material editor or have it in a material library or somewhere accessible for you to put it onto that object. Because if you delete the mesh object and without putting the material on it, you've lost it. Okay, and so another thing that we can look at in terms of how we work with VRay proxy objects is if we go to our selection types, we can go to combos, and we can go all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see that there are these different types of VRay objects that we can select. And one of them is the VRay proxy, which I've already added into my class ID filters. And what's nice about that is that means that I can filter my selections by VRay proxy. If I do select all, in this case, it's going to select everything that's a VRay proxy in my scene. And hopefully that's not too much to make it crash. And if we look at the amount of entities that have been selected, that's almost 10,000 objects in the scene are VRay proxies. Well, a good portion of those, a good number of those, are these elements, and I've just selected one, and then I hit Control Q to grab other items that are similar to it, to select other similar. There's 144 of these different types of palm trees, so that's putting a pretty good dent in the object types. There's 40 of these different types of trees that are over here, and I think if we drill all the way down, oops, didn't mean to move that. Let me zoom in. What's really adding a lot to our geometry in this scene is all of this stuff right here. These are lots of different shrubs and bushes and flowers. This happened to be in the Bahamas, so there's lots of bougainvillea flowers. And what's great is, in a scene like this, we actually use this to animate a bunch of different passes. We animated, you know, maybe 100 different cameras in this scene, and we were able to, by virtue of being able to populate the whole scene with all of the set dressing that we needed and all of these objects, we were able to not have to make 100 different files for, you know, optimized files for those scenes. We were able to make sweeping camera paths that had all of this shrubbery and everything in it. These other objects that you see in the scene are boat files. And most of the time I would say VRay proxies make the most sense when you're going to utilize a lot of the same object. That's where you get the most bang for your buck. So in the places where we were using a lot of the same type of tree, a lot of the same type of bush, it's only having to reference that exterior file and load it as needed when it goes to render. The reason that we created these other high polygon objects into VRay proxies was to help with the memory footprint of when it needed to load those as well. So once it finished working on, say, rendering out this building, VRay or the memory could unload it as it loaded in rendering this building over here. So it didn't have to put into memory all of the objects at once. And that was something that was really important. So let's take a look at how big these files get. So if I look at where those files go, that's in VRay Advanced in my Marina folder. So I'll go to Marina, and I'm going to sort this by type. And I'll scroll down to my VRay mesh files. Okay, so you can see that these are all of the proxy objects that were utilized in the scene. There's 68 of them in total. And they range in size, in physical size, in terms of how much space they take up. So for instance, some of the bigger boats that had a lot of geometry could have been, one of them was 77 megabytes just in that boat alone. In some ways it acts a bit like an X-reference, you know, where it's referencing out an external file and loading it as you need it. So what do we want to look at here? Well, there's a couple of things when you're working in a production environment with lots of big files and you go to render those scenes, it has to transfer those big files. So if I select all of these scenes, all of these VR mesh files, beyond just the physical size of my max file, it's also transferring 1.38 gigs of data from VR mesh files, and so that can take a little while to push across to multiple machines on your farm, and that's just something that you need to keep in mind if you're in that kind of environment to have an eye on it. Most times it's not practical, but I've had to do a workaround in a couple instances where the network, sometimes the network traffic is just not fast enough to be able to pull the data, and occasionally you have to drop these files local to a machine and dial them up so that each machine sees the same local copy of it, but at least it's pulling it from its hard drive and not over the network. So that is one workaround. I suggest trying to avoid it at all costs, but it can happen. Another thing that we haven't discussed is we haven't discussed the size of these irradiance maps and the light cache files that we save as well. And for a large scene with a really, really detailed irradiance map or a detailed light cache, you can get into 100 megabyte files in terms of just those. So moving those across your network can also be a little time consuming and so on. So that's one thing that I bring up just in terms of working with these large files or large scenes with lots of large files. Well, this 1.38 gigabytes is that's a lot of data. But what we want to do is, that's one of the first things that we want to recognize, is that to load up all of these VR meshes at once, we're going to need a footprint of at least this, about 1.5 gigs to load that up. Well, what controls that feature in VRay when you go to render is under your settings. We have the system, under the system tab, we have these raycaster parameters. And the key ingredient that I want you to understand here is this dynamic memory limit. We touched on it a little bit in that last file when we had some proxies. But let's say that this was a dynamic memory limit of 400, and we have 1.38 gigs of proxy files. Well, we're not going to be able to put all of those proxy files in our dynamic memory limit at one time. And that's kind of the whole point of this, when you needed to protect yourself against how much your system RAM could hold. What I would suggest doing, and you notice that I had this limit set at 4,000, that limit I try to make high enough so that as long as I have enough RAM to withstand it, and in this case I do, because I've got about 12 gigs of RAM on this machine to load up all those proxies into memory, I can stand bringing that up to an envelope that will load them in and not have to cycle them back and forth in and out. As soon as you have to cycle back and forth, you're losing cycles in your memory footprint there. Now, this is a pretty obscure scene for having this many pieces in. Had I started this scene in 64-bit tomorrow, I would actually see if I could not need to put any of the buildings or any of the boats into a proxy object. Part of that is from a workflow standpoint. We just saw that if we turn something into a proxy and we need to make an edit to it, or we need to change it or adjust the materials, you have to go through a couple of different steps. Yes, you usually save that object as a max scene as well, so that you can get it back. But even just the time it would take to kind of put it back in the place that it needs to be in, and so on, can be a little cumbersome. So what you want to try to do is try to get away without using it when you can. On the objects where it still makes a lot of sense even with 64-bit are those objects like we noticed with all the shrubs and things that put a lot of objects or a lot of instances of objects in your scene. Now there are some new tools and some new plugins that do a really nice job with working with these types of things in these large scenes, and one is called Multiscatter, that you can look up at rendering.ru, I believe. And Multiscatter has its own sort of bit of a memory manager in it, but it's also a way for you can paint millions of proxy objects and VRay objects into your scene, and you can control them by a bunch of different parameters, including sort of map placement. You could draw black and white maps and choose where you want groves of trees and grass and so on. So they've done a nice job at taking some of the challenges of working with these extra large scenes and making them a little easier. So let's see, what we want to do here is we're actually, in this case, we've got normal indirect illumination settings and render settings. I'm gonna make this a little bit of a larger render so we can see it. Make it maybe 1000 by 600. One of the things that we want to do as we're working on a scene that's this size, and I'm just going to save our scene so we don't lose anything, is we want to open up our task manager and look at our RAM as this thing is cooking, to make sure for a couple, we want to look out for a few different things, and I'll show you what those are. So there's a question while this is saving, does dynamic memory limit relate only to the VRay proxy objects or other geometry as well? Well, I believe the dynamic memory limit also relates to things that that take up some of the dynamic memory, which would be things like light cache as well. A good portion of what that takes up is the VRay proxies, but I do believe there's some other things that fit up into that footprint as well. Seems like it's taking a little while to save that file. Okay, so I'm going to open up my task manager here, and we're going to look at our performance as this thing goes to render. Now, you can see my physical memory limit here is 12 gigs. And right now, our memory footprint is using 5.67 gigs. So let me go ahead and hit render, and let's watch what happens. So you can see that it's starting to load up. We're getting closer up to 6 gigs. Now it's going to put in the bitmaps into RAM. And it's going to load as many of those proxy objects as it can as well. And so you can see that it cycled in a lot of information, then it dipped back down, but now it's starting to build up, and you can see that the light cache is loading up. You can also see that the light cache looks like it started to look like it was going to take about 10 hours, and then it's cycling back and forth. Part of that is because it can't get an accurate result until it can figure out how much stuff it can load up in there. So while our RAM footprint is still growing and it's past the 8 gig mark, it's closing in on the 9 gig mark. We're still getting a light cache. Now it's starting to build it, but you can see that that number is dwindling down faster and faster. So because of the fact that I have 12 gigs on this machine, we're able to get some of these things to all fit in there at once. And I actually should have probably checked out what lights I have on and all of that in my scene. I didn't actually notice what I had. One of the other things that we're looking for in this instance is we're looking for our CPU usage. If our CPU usage is not pinned at 100%, then we haven't optimized our settings for loading things into RAM. Because if that's constantly, let's say if our CPU is only 25, 30, 50%, and this number here for our RAM, you see how that's stabilized? if this were starting to cycle back and forth, if it went from 8.79 down to 7 or 6, or that would mean that it's loading in and out of RAM those dynamic memory pieces. And the time that it spends doing that, it means that there's less time that it can use for the CPU to be pinned. So the CPU at 100% and our RAM not cycling in and out is right where we want to be. We want that to be that way as much as possible. Now, if you can imagine in a 32-bit system, we would have a 4 GB limit total to what we were able to put into memory, and 2 of those gigs by default would have been taken by Windows, unless you were to use the 3 GB switch back in the day. That would have given you a little bit more memory footprint to put that in. But try rendering out a scene that really wants to have about 9 gigs of RAM. Let's say Windows in this case is taking up 1.7, so you know we're still using quite a bit of RAM footprint in this. And you can see I'm not exactly sure what lights I had on and off and everything. That was the actual rendering was less of the point than it was to see what we had in our task manager. But let's do this. We kind of see how it works. This is about as fast as we're going to get this scene to render, load, because we know that we're pinned at 100%, and we know that everything is loaded up into RAM and it's not cycling back in and out. That means that we've done our job correctly. Let's cancel this. Now, once I cancel it, you're going to notice that it's going to take a little bit of time for my system to come back because it's releasing all of that stuff that we just loaded into RAM. So all those textures and proxies and so on. It might actually keep the textures in there because that'll be the first time they load it in. It might stay. Hopefully it'll come back to us pretty soon and we won't have to stare at a blank white screen for too long. Now, one thing that you can do in a 64-bit system as well is you can access a larger memory footprint even if you don't have all the RAM to sustain it. So if we only had 8 GB of RAM in this system, we could still be able to render this scene without crashing once it got up into that 9 gig range or above. It just means that it's going to be using hard drive space to cycle in and out information. And what you're going to lose there is you're going to lose time on having to have it read information from the swap disk. So one of the common questions that people ask is they say, well, I'm going to spec a new machine. How much RAM should I get in it? And, well, you just notice that this scene, while it's extraordinary in its size and complexity, I find that scenes are all sort of catching up with it, and you can see that this is a case where 9 gigs of RAM, we're using 9 of the 12, so I would say 12, 16 gigs of RAM. Depends on what you're working on. If you're working on relatively small and self-contained scenes, then RAM's not really going to do a whole lot for you. It's scenes that have a lot of geometry, large scenes. If you're doing city scenes, if you're doing a lot of things with lots of polygons and landscaping. So I think the machine, it had come back. The video card sort of froze up a little bit. All right, well, let's leave this at the default dynamic memory limit of 400. So let's pretend we didn't change that value at all. Now let's go ahead and hit render. So our memory's creeping up. We're getting up to 7 gigs right now. Our CPU usage is wildly jumping back and forth as it's trying to build this light cache. The light cache, you could see it switch between unloading geometry. You can actually see it say go from building light cache to unloading geometry. And our RAM is creeping up and then back down. We're not actually loading all of that stuff into RAM like we were before. It's kind of cycling it back and forth. And our CPU usage is still kind of wavering between 30 and 40%. And so the more that we have to have it go between building light cache and unloading geometry, the longer we're going to wait for this thing to render out its light cache and give us the results that we want. And so you can see just by looking at it, if you're in a big scene and you start to see these things that say unloading geometry, and you're not maxed out first of all on your CPU, that CPU should be all the way at 100%. And working really hard for you. And you can see this goes from 7.06 back down to 7.05, and that jumps back and forth. You know that you've not set your memory limit high enough. You can also see that our light cache is taking a lot longer to calculate. It's creeping up slowly. So we chose a value of 4,000, and that was a pretty high value, but we knew that we had the RAM to sustain it. Could we make that, say, 8,000? And you can actually see that VRay is telling us that our dynamic memory limit was too low. So that's another thing to be on the lookout for. Well, at some point, let's change this to 8,000. We'll say we're going to use 8 gigs of dynamic memory limit, and then let's go ahead and hit render. So we'll check out our task manager here. So far we're seeing it say building light cache, but we haven't seen it cycle back to unloading geometry, so that's a good sign. It is going to take a little while for it to load everything up, but you can see that our RAM usage is creeping up at 7.4 and moving up. That's a good sign. We wouldn't expect our CPU usage to be pinned out at 100% until our RAM starts to stabilize. As long as it's still loading all that information up into RAM, we won't see 100% CPU cycles. So now you can see that the RAM, the amount of information that's put into RAM is starting to stabilize. Our CPU is starting to get up into the 90 to 100% range. It still has a little bit that it's loading, but not a lot. And you can also see that our light cache is building a lot faster than it was in the last rendition. But what you're also going to notice is that this isn't really any different than when we had 4000. And the reason being is we had set our dynamic memory limit high enough that it was able to load everything up into RAM. So if you set it too high, in this case we set it, we shot for the moon and we said, go to 8 gigs or whatever, it's only using the footprint that it needs. So in a 32-bit system, if you set it too high, then it would just crash. You would get as soon as you got past the footprint of what it could handle from a system memory standpoint, it would crash. So it was a little dicier. In this case, what you want to be cautious of is if you set it too high and you don't have the RAM to support it. Because if you set it too high and it has to swap disk, that's not going to be as efficient. So in this case, it was 6/2 dozen the other that we put it at 4000. We just sort of used our knowledge that we're going to have to add the light cache, which could be, I guess, a couple hundred megs or something like that, a memory footprint, plus about 1.5 gigs of proxies. So really, maybe we could have gotten away with 2500 meg of dynamic memory limit. And we could test it. We could change that setting and see what we needed, but we decided to go a little bit above to 4000 because we knew we'd be safe there. I'm going to go ahead and cancel this. We don't need that anymore. And let's see, it's about 5 minutes to 3, so it's probably a good time just to take a break from this this RAM stuff. Let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back right at 3 o'clock. Okay, so we're getting back from break here, and I just want to do a quick sound check, make sure that everyone can hear me okay. All right, so we just looked at that really large scene in VRay proxies and some of the workflow that's involved with how you set that up. Some of the things that we need to look at in terms of our dynamic memory limit and how we can use our task manager and look at our RAM usage and our CPU usage to diagnose whether or not we're getting the optimal speed from our scenes. One of the things that I thought would be kind of a nice thing to do is Jeff is going to be posting up the movies so that everybody could see this full 3D movie, and this will include a lot of the images that we've been seeing so far. the throughput from the webinar is probably not fast enough for me to show you, but what I will do is I'll scrub through a couple of frames so that you can start to see what this thing looked like as we rendered it large. So let me go to normal size here. Oh, I don't know that it wants to do that. We'll keep it at half size as it goes through. So you can see that we've got all of these render elements in one single scene. All of the boats are rendered in, the reflections on the water, these VRay proxy buildings in here. As we spin around, you can see that we come up across a balcony here with lots of set dressing and things like that on it. We're also going to be copying up a quick little 3D test, a stereoscopic test that I did of this balcony that you can see how this looks. If you have the red and cyan glasses, you'll be able to see what that looks like in anaglyph. But if we move through the scene a little bit and down to a couple of these elements, you can start to see, well, here's all those shrubs and flowers and the grasses and the palm trees and all of that, and you can see that these shots are really detailed, and there's a lot of interesting stuff in it. We also have, VRay proxies for golf carts and all of this other geometry. Lots of flora and fauna to look at. This particular scene, I think, was rendered. I think it was just rendered with the VRay Sun and Sky system with a backplate that had gotten put in. These interiors were set up as separate scenes that we had looked at. One of the things that I want to show you, it's difficult to actually render out an animation in time, for the course. But what I do want to do is I want to open up Max and look at some of the indirect illumination settings and talk about, at least point out what we might do when you want to go ahead and animate objects. So this is that scene here. When you watch the movie, you'll notice that there's all the trees and things are moving in the wind and so on. More of those flowers. All of these boats, these highly detailed boats. And then we're about to come up onto the inside. This is the interior living room of that exterior pool terrace that we'd started with looking at. And one of the things that we've done, and you'll notice in the camera here, is we've kind of made a weightless glider cam as it travels through this space. Some of you, if you've seen me present before, know that we try to refrain from walkthroughs and fly-throughs and things like that. This is about as close to a fly-through as we've come, but we want to make it feel as though it was as if you're on a glider flight throughout. And here's our friend, the terrace that we'd started with. And then at the very end, we go from day to night. Right there. So I'm also going to show you what this Photoshop file looks like and what some of the rendered pieces were to create this image. And it'll kind of tie together some of the things that we've been talking about in terms of breaking our render elements down and so on. The first thing I want to point out is I want to talk a little bit about animation settings. So in this particular case, if we were going to do one of these glider cams, and I'm not sure that I have a camera in here, but I'm going to switch over to box mode just to make things a little easier. And I'm going to change my camera to new and see if that has any animation to it. Okay, so it does have a little animation. This is that camera flying off the balcony. And let me switch over to wireframe and see if we can't see a little bit of this. So it's not going to scrub through very well with all this stuff on, but you can start to see that this camera is just a sweep, a slight sweeping motion that comes outside, and that's really this camera here that we're talking about, from basically from here to there. Well, in this particular case, what we would want to know when we're thinking about our animation setup is, well, first and foremost, are there any moving objects? Is it just the camera that's moving and everything else is still? Or are there moving cars, people, trees? Are there moving objects? Because the approach that you might take for animating or rendering out your illumination, your global illumination, would be a little different. So what we've seen here is, we've gone through our setups. One thing to point out is that if you look at medium, right, we talked about what all these values mean, and we look at our color threshold, our normal threshold, and our distance threshold, and I switch over to medium animation, you'll see that one of the things that's happened is the color threshold has changed, and the distance threshold has changed. And the idea is that for animation you want to have slightly different values for these numbers in order to keep things from flickering. And in animation, I would say that one of the, we talked about rendering out without artifacts in our still images. Well, artifacts are really bad when you're working in animation because they're moving and they change from frame to frame, so they can flicker and there can be some issue there. So there are some slight nuances to the changes here, but for the most part we go right through the same process that we went through yesterday when we were setting up those settings. What we change is we change what our mode is. And let's talk a little bit about what these modes are. Well, single frame, that's what we've been working on. That's what that we did for still images. And then there's something called multi-frame incremental. Well, what multi-frame incremental does is that that means that you're going to have multiple animation frames, and it's going to incrementally include the data that happens from frame to frame. Well, then there's also add to current map and incremental add to current map, and they're somewhat similar. If we were doing a single frame and then we changed our viewpoint and we rendered out a new frame and we want to add that to one single map, we would choose add to current map. And so it would take the irradiance that we had calculated, it would take the new irradiance that we calculated, and it would merge them together and add it so that it was one single file. Well, multi-frame incremental is it will go over multiple frames and it will continue to add together these files. If you had a irradiance map that you started with and you wanted to add them together, you would do incremental add to current map. So basically, if you have an irradiance map, let's say we rendered out this frame and we said, okay, we like this irradiance already, let's save it. Let's go ahead and render every, say, 24th frame or 30th frame or something, and we wanted just to continue to add that data to our map. We would do incremental add to current map. If we were starting from scratch and we were building an animation path, we would do multi-frame incremental. They're very similar. It just one assumes that you're starting with a map already, and the other is assuming you're starting from scratch. The other two, and not to be, not to confuse you, but there's animation pre-pass and there's animation rendering, and these are for when you have moving objects in your scene. So animation prepass, if I turn this on, it's asking me to save my irradiance map, and it's actually going to save a bunch of irradiance maps. So if I do test and I hit save, now it says a new irradiance map's computed and saved separately for each frame. The final image isn't going to be rendered, only the GI maps will be calculated. It's the first pass for rendering animations with moving objects. So if I had moving cars in the scene or a rolling ball down a hillside or something like that, what this is going to do is it's going to go and render out an irradiance map at every frame for me. So it's going to go to every single frame and render out a new irradiance map, and it's going to save those as a separate file. It's going to save those as multiple irradiance maps. Well, once it's done with those and I'm ready to render, I switch over to animation rendering, and I'm just going to pick a dummy map here for the time being. What this says is that what it's going to do is it's going to render out using those irradiance maps that I saved, and then this value becomes important. You see how this value is selectable now? That's your interpolation frames. So what it's saying is that how many irradiance maps before and after should I look at to blend together for my irradiance map that I use at this juncture. So if we had a moving car in the scene and it was traveling down the road, we say, okay, well, we're going to render out an animation prepass that's going to give me an irradiance at every frame. And then once it's done with that, I take animation and I switch it over to rendering, and I choose this distance so that it blends the irradiance maps of those individual frames into what is hopefully a smooth final result. So the idea is that if you look a couple of irradiance maps ahead and a couple of irradiance maps back, and you blend those together, you reduce the flickering and the change. It kind of makes the changes between the two more subtle. And that's fine. The issue that I've run into when I use this technique is that it can take quite a bit of time to go through. First of all, it's got to render an irradiance map at every frame, which can take some time to do. And then it can also take some time as it's rendering to go through this interpolated frame process. And remember what we said before about having all of these files that you needed to transfer to multiple locations and multiple machines and so on. Well, if you have 1,800 frames, or even if it's 600 frames, we have 600 irradiance map files that need to now be seen by multiple machines. So it can get a little unwieldy. One of the things that we've done in production is we've decided to, most of the time this happens with moving cars, trees, people, so on, it's on an exterior scene that we've done. And in those cases we say, you know what, it's probably better for us just to use brute force and go with it. Because brute force, we know that it's going to work for every frame. The only thing that we need to combat is our noise, the noise issues and the time issues. But in some cases, the time issues are negligible because by the time you add motion blur and all those other things with your DMC sampler, the brute force is a fine way to do it. So in a lot of ways, I would suggest that, I want people to understand that this is what you would do for moving objects if you wanted to create an irradiance map. But if it's an exterior scene, I would consider doing it with brute force as a solution to render it. Now let's talk a little bit about if this were a fly-through. Basically, if this camera move that we were looking at, and it doesn't move very far, it doesn't really have any moving objects in it. Maybe a boat moves slightly or maybe a tree moves slightly, but for the most part it doesn't. So what we can do is we can build a single irradiance map and continue to add detail to it and let that single irradiance map become the basis for what we use for our GI for the whole solution. And what that means is if I'm going to switch this over to, actually let's look at the animation here. So in this frame, my radiance map for the camera is going to build the data that it sees here. Well, as this moves out, well, now I've revealed this area, and I revealed some of this stuff that was blocked before by this column. And then if I come here, I see more of this stuff. I've got my irradiance of all of this area. And what you have to think about is you have to think about the fact that it's adding it to 3D data. So this irradiance map, once that's added, well, that covers all of the stuff that was seen back here once it's seen. When I render out this irradiance map at this frame, I've got all the data that I need for everything that's close up in this. And so what tends to happen is as you're rendering out animations is you calculate an irradiance map every iteration of certain amount of frames. In some cases where there's a lot of movement and a lot of change, maybe it's every 12 frames or every 10 frames. It could be as many as, maybe you do every 4th or 5th frame. Most cases, we try to do every 24th frame. About once every second is a good place to try to do a keyframe. The nice thing about it is if you're doing a add to the map, if you calculate every 24th frame, let's say, and we do, so we do once every second. If that's not enough, we go to render it and we're getting artifacts in certain areas. All we need to do is load up that map, and then we can do incremental add to current map, and it'll add those new chunks that we want. So let's say at the beginning of this frame, we need to add to our radiance map here. We need to add it there, and then once we get past that, we're green, we're golden, and we can go back to every 24th frame that we've already added. So the idea is that you have to analyze your scene a little bit to notice what the camera is going to see for you to determine how many frames of irradiance that you need. Another solution to that is, well, I could put a camera here, and I could make a spherical, and I could do an irradiance map there. And I could put a camera out here and make it spherical and do an irradiance map there. And I could add these two together so that I've got coverage for my irradiance map. And when I go to animate this, I'll have all the data that I need because it's covering all the parts that I'm seeing. In this particular case, what I would do to set this up is I would say I'm going to do a range, and that range is going to go from whatever I determine is my frame that I want it to begin and end, and I'm going to tell it to go every 24th frame in this particular case. And I'm going to set up an autosave for this, so I'm going to tell it where to go. And then I'll set this off to the farm and I'll let it render. And the one thing that I do when I set off irradiance passes that I would suggest to everybody is there is a global switch setting that says don't render final image. When you're just going to render out your irradiance and you save it and then render out your animation, there's no reason for you to wait for it to render out the final image because you're going to set that off separately. So if you turn on that checkbox, you can now set off this irradiance map. And it's going to go through every 24th frame, and it's going to continue to add to a single irradiance. And then once that's all said and done, and we're ready to render, we choose from file. And we select that file that we'd saved out our irradiance from. The same goes for your light cache. Your light cache is actually very, very similar. There's fly-through mode, and you choose autosave, and you tell it where to grab it. And basically what you can do is fly-through mode is going to go through and save out your light cache and combine it and put it together. And so that's a nice way to do it. You could do it separately if you wanted to as well. You could actually you could choose light cache, and choose to do fly-through mode and save out your light cache as a separate thing if you wanted to. Similar to how we had done, when we were evaluating the two, you may want to decide to evaluate them separately so that they're not calculating at the same time. But in most cases, choosing that is going to be fine. Okay, so before we move on, I just want to check to see if anybody has any questions about anything that we've covered so far, or specifically if there's any questions about what we just said in terms of rendering out animations with radiance maps. Yeah, so there's a question is, could you add an irradiance map to a save one? And the answer is yes, you can do that in a couple of different ways. The first thing that you could do is, if you had it saved, let's say you had two irradiance maps and you saved them both. Well, there's actually a tool that will allow you to merge irradiance maps, and I believe it's in the chaos folder. So we've got an irradiance map viewer here, and let me open up an irradiance map. So here's what that irradiance map looked like that we calculated earlier with our, it's kind of cool actually to just see it this way. And one of the things that we can do is we could do file merge, and let's say I want to add my irradiance map from my other piece. I could take those two files and I can merge them together. And now you see that it's taken that data that I had that was even more detailed. And what's great about this is this helps you understand, this irradiance map viewer helps you understand the areas that you might be missing data. So let me scroll in here with my mouse. And pan, and you can start to see where I'm missing data. Let me push forward a little bit. There we go. So these areas that have no detail in it, that are sort of black, are the areas where I'm missing detail. So you can see, as we would expect, because our camera never saw behind, the camera that we were looking at yesterday never saw behind these columns, there's no irradiance detail back there. But where it did see it, we got a lot of nice detail. I think maybe we should just start doing renderings like this. Looks pretty cool. So yeah, that is a way that you could go ahead and merge several different irradiance maps together, and that would be a nice way to do it if you started to render some spherical cameras with high settings in a few different locations and put together a full experience. Now, you can also see as I scroll up here, because we never saw this in our camera, well, we don't have any irradiance map detail up in this spot. Right, we don't see anything that's up on that balcony that's giving us anything. And I imagine if I back up, there's all this area that's off camera. So this was all in camera, and that was fine. And we could probably trace the line of where the camera began and end. Yep, you could see where the view was right there. So now once we're done, we could actually save this out if we wanted to save it out as a different one. Luckily, it gives us the option if we want to save this out as a new one, so we just call this irradiance map merged. So there you go. And then we could just close this back down, and we could load it back up into Max if we needed to. So let's wait for Max to come back. Anybody else have any questions about trying to, these irradiance map settings for animation or anything like that? Okay, well, if something comes up, feel free to put something in the chat window. Once our file saves here and it comes back, we'll look at a couple of other things about how this scene was generated, and the passes that we use to render out the lighting. I'm going to switch this all back to single frame, so in case I need to render. Okay. Switch to my still camera. Now, I'm going to hit Shift-G to hide all that geometry, and I want us to take a look at all the lights that are in this scene. So it's a night scene, and I'm going to switch my selection to lights so that I can actually get at them. And so there are a lot of different lights in here. Some of these lights are on the boats. Some of these lights are on the piers. Some lights are actually at these little areas that are the gazebos. And what I've done is I've set up each of these lights as layers. So let me turn on these different light layers. Got a sculpture, and I've got street lights. What I've done by putting these on different layers is I've given myself the ability to make easy selections of them. And before we had the VRay Light Select material, which you guys remember, the ability to go in here, VRay Light Select, and add different sets, add different lights here. What I had done is I'd rendered this scene out in multiple passes with only certain areas of lights on. So I would render out the scene. Basically, I would turn all my lights off, and then I would take my street lights and I would set that off to the farm and render it out. And then I would take my sculpture. Well, the sculpture I probably put with something else or rendered out a region. And then my dome light. My dome light is what's going to be my ambient light in this case. So that's got, it's affecting, I think I have two in this scene. One is affecting my light, and the other is affecting my reflections. Yeah, affects specular and reflections. That was just because I wanted something very specific to be happening in my reflections that wasn't happening in my light. So I used two different maps in there and assigned them to this sphere. That's the only reason that I have two of these in there. If you do that trick and you want something only to affect your reflections, make sure that you don't have cast shadows or affect diffuse on it, because otherwise you'll get doubled up shadows or you'll get the light to affect it. So you want to make sure that that's not happening. And then I rendered out these dock lights. I had site lights, boats, and then each of the buildings actually had their own lights, and I believe I just rendered these all off as one pass together, so I could control. Now, the reason that I would do this is that, well, it's a big scene, right? And there we already saw that, you know, we're combating the amount of RAM that we've got and so on. So if I were to try to render this out all at once and it wasn't perfect, it didn't look the way I wanted to, and I said, oh, I really wish that those lights were blue instead of, you know, yellow, I'd have to try to render it out again. And I didn't want to have to try to do that again. I wanted to give myself the flexibility of building this stuff up. And so that was one of the reasons. The other reason is that in a scene like this, and I'm going to give it a try. Let's see what happens. I don't know that I've ever tried this with 64-bit, so we will give it a try. I'm going to save my scene so that I'm just going to save it as a different. Let's actually look at what happens if we turn on all of these lights and we try to render it at once. By the way, if the technique that I was showing you where I was putting lights on layers and turning them on and off, one of the things that you want to make sure you don't have on is in your global switches, there's a checkbox to render hidden lights. If you have that checkbox on to render hidden lights, even if you have the layer off, it's going to try to render the light. So you want to make sure that that checkbox is off. Okay, files. It's a big one, so it's still saving. We'll wait a couple of minutes here. I'll go ahead and close these movies down. We don't need to have those up anymore. Okay, so it came back. That's good. And let me check my render size here. We don't need it to be too big. 1,000 pixels is probably going to be fine. My indirect illumination, I'm going to make this -5, -2, I believe, just to keep it as a test. I'm not going to autosave. Turn that off. Our light cache, I'm actually going to make 1,000. I want that to do a little bit more work. And we've got, we don't need our VRay light select on there. But what we could do, just to show you, is I'm going to turn on VRay raw light. And let's oh, we don't want to render a sequence. Let's see if this works. I'm also going to pull up my task manager there, and we'll look at the RAM usage and see if our RAM usage stops at 8.7 gigs, or with the new lights, if it decides that it's going to go up a little further. One of the things that you notice is that when this finished rendering last time, it went down to about 5.7 gigabytes or so. It didn't go all the way back down to the original value when we opened it up. And the reason is because it already loaded all the texture maps into memory. And once those texture maps are loaded into memory the first time, they can stay in there until you restart Max, or you need to unload them. And that actually is a good thing, because it will save us the time of having to load those back up into memory each and every time we render. There's a question about, do you need to use the VRay frame buffer to save out your animation frame? No, most of the time you can use either one. You could render out to your common rendering tab, and I think that's probably most common for sending out animations, is rendering through that tab so that you render out your sequence. So we're keeping an eye on our RAM usage there. It's getting up to 9.26. It's still building up. What we want to see is that build up and stop without dropping back down, and we want our CPU usage to get pinned and stay pinned. Part of the reason this is getting bigger than it was before, it's getting up into the 9+ gigabyte range, is that I changed my light cache samples to 1,000. So we're adding more light cache samples to the equation. But it looks to me like it might have loaded it all in there right now. It's getting, it's not cycling back down. And our CPU usage is pinned. Unfortunately, though, it looks like my light cache is going to take a little while to render. And the reason it's going to take a little while to render is because of the fact that we have all of those lights in there. It's got to do a lot of hard work, which is, again, one of the reasons why I split this out in the first place, so that the light cache, if I was using the light cache, it wouldn't take that long to render. In some cases like this, maybe light cache, we want to think about that as possibly not being the solution. We could try to render out brute force as a second bounce. So I don't think, we're not going to let this thing render over the course of an hour. We don't want to sit there and wait for this light cache for that long. I'm going to go ahead and cancel this for right now. But the idea was we wanted to see what the pitfalls would be if we turned on all the lights. And that's going to be one of them. One of the pitfalls is light cache is going to take a really long time for it to render. What we could do is we could turn off our secondary bounce entirely. We could just say none, and you know, that's not going to yield like an accurate result, but we could see if it would render faster. So let's try doing bypassing the light cache altogether. Still might take a while to do the pre-pass. It doesn't necessarily mean our rendering is going to go faster, blazingly fast for the irradiance either, so it looks like this is going to start to take a little bit of time as well. One of the reasons, and this is interesting, one of the reasons it's taking a little while to start is because of the fact that we didn't calculate the light cache, which saw these VRay proxies. It's now still figuring out loading in those dynamic memory pieces, so it's still trying to get those loaded in, and that's why this CPU hasn't reached its height yet. It's possible that once this gets up to 100% and all this is loaded, it might start to pick up multiple buckets and begin to cruise. If not, no worries. I've got this Photoshop file. It's already rendered. We can take a look at it. There's no need for us to try it. It's just a good experiment to see if you know, what this is going to entail. Okay, so I can pretty safely say that with all of those lights on and trying to do GI, it will render. It'll definitely happen, and that's better than what you could get on a 32-bit system back in the day. It would just crash and sort of laugh at you. We know that it'll render, and we know that it would just take a little bit of time. Let me go ahead, and I'm going to exit out of this scene. And I'm going to open up the Photoshop file, and we can take a look at it. If we look at our task manager, we'll see it's still unloading all of that stuff from the RAM. That's why it's taken a little while. Okay. Have to find this Photoshop file. I got to figure out where I had saved it. Well, here's a still image. And give me just a couple of minutes here to see if I could track down the Photoshop file. It should be in my CG School folder. Well, let's do this. Instead of watching me try to find this file, let's take a couple of minute break, come back at 4 o'clock, and what I'll do is I'll track down that Marina file so that we can open it up and take a look at how we put the composite together. Okay, so apologies there for the short delay. For some reason I couldn't find my Photoshop file, but luckily I was able to go restore it quickly from our backup. So that's a testament to our backup system working pretty quickly. Anyway, before I dive into what this Photoshop file entails, I just want to make sure that the sound check is working if we're okay. Good. Glad the audio is there. So this scene here, if I zoom in a little bit, or if I zoom into actual size, we can get into some detail here. This is what this scene looks like when you actually get into all of its pieces. And so there was a lot of stuff. There was a lot of little ins and outs and bits and pieces. Here's our pool deck that we spent so much time hanging out on past 2 days. And let me walk through a bit of how this Photoshop file is generated. Now, one of the first things is that I just did a basic sky replacement here. You know, as good as you can render out skies in your image. It's always nice just to go ahead and put in a basic, you know, sky replacement that you can control. Now let's take a look at this. This is kind of interesting here. This base render looks absolutely nothing like what we ended up with, right, with all those lights on. And this is, I want people to notice that at the very bottom here you see that I've got this ambient light. It looks like there were actually 2 ambient light layers. One was probably a fix. Yeah, you could see that the second one, there was some geometry changes that had been fixed in terms of how that sidewalk was done. But this ambient light layer really just entails us rendering out the scene with our VRay sky dome turned on. That was it. That was the only light. And this is the basis for the rest of the rendering and adding on all those additional light passes. So there were a couple of quick little fixes in here. This is a new building on the right-hand side. All that stuff could really get flattened down if I wanted to. And then a few little adjustments that I made. I'd rendered out a matte for this water and just decided to bring down its saturation a little bit. It was getting a little too saturated when it was that blue. These passes here, the sky wash passes, weren't any renderings. This particular pass here, this water streak and reflection, was just a reflection layer that I had rendered out, a reflection element that I decided to bring back on so that I could get a little bit more punch to these reflections. But that was based on an element already that I had rendered out in my scene, so I didn't do any additional work to get that out. And then I punched up a little bit of haze on the left. You could see that that's got a little bit of haze over there. And that's nothing more than doing a little color wash with the overlay painted onto it. Then I put a little bit of atmosphere over there to give it some depth. And I took a reflection pass that I'd had from the sky and gave it to the boats. So that's fine. That's all pretty basic stuff for our render and kind of blending it into this new sky that I rendered. The real fun starts in all these layers right here. So you can see that I've got an LT layer that's lights. And let me turn this on, and I'm going to turn off all of these subsequent layers. So when you render out these passes, each of these different elements, I rendered out a GI pass and a VRay light pass. Those are the two elements that I was really concerned about. In some cases, I rendered out a VRay reflection pass too, so that I could get the reflections of the lights in where I needed them. Well, the first one here is these are the street lights, and this is the bounce light that's happening from the GI of the street lights. So you can see that that's adding just a little bit of bounce light in there. Nothing too severe. Then I have these lights that are on the dock, and you can see that what I did is, in this particular case, I took the light pass and I used it as a mask. Now that's not technically accurate. That's a little trick that I was using, but this is what that rendered light pass looked like. This is the effect of those lights. Essentially what I'm saying is those lights would have been rendered out completely white, and what I did is I'm using a linear dodge, which is actually an add of those lights, and what I put on there is a color, and this color is just a solid color that I wanted to give those lights a little bit of warmth in here. So you can see how that composite works just by taking that pass and putting a little add. Well, I wasn't working in 32-bit float or 16-bit float. I am working in a 16-bit image, but it's not a float image. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was continue to layer on a little bit of additional light. So I'd actually copied those dock lights a couple of times and just increased their amount. So to get the dock lights the way I wanted them to, I just added them with that little bit of orange color. Now if I wanted to change these, if I were to do it all over again, I would actually take this, create a solid color layer that I would change the color. Let's make it blue, for instance, and turn this on to add. So if I wanted to make those colors slightly different for my lights, I could just take a solid color layer and work up a scenario. Is it saturated? Is it a really saturated yellow? Is it blue? Whatever those values are, I can control it in post and decide what I want to do. Now, in this particular case, it works okay because I'm not relying too heavily on the color of these bounce lights and the GI from them. We talked earlier that, yes, you have some flexibility to change this stuff in post, but if you change it a lot and the GI doesn't follow suit, it looks awkward. You can tell that where once a red light was hitting and bouncing off, and now you change it to a blue light and it's still bouncing off red, it's not, you know, the illusion's going to snap. But you can see that we've started to layer these on in zones. And the nice thing about it too is that if I want to dim the intensity a little bit, well, I can dim down one of my add layers, or if I didn't like those lights at all, I didn't want to have any dock lights on, I could turn it off. The other nice thing about doing things in layers like this is if you want to do an effect where you're going to turn the lights on, you can turn on the lights in a sequence just by controlling the layers visibility of on and off and masking that out. So you can do some kind of cool animation tricks too just by tweaking it. All right, so there's these building lights that I rendered out as a pass, and that's also just linear dodge. That's all it is. We're putting it on as an add. You can see what these lights are doing. Let me get into an actual pixel size here. So it's filling in all these different areas where you would think there might be some lights. The other nice thing about this technique of doing it in separate passes is if I didn't like it or there was a mistake, I only had to worry about rendering out my one piece. So for instance, if these lights were in the wrong spot, or I didn't like these lights that were up here, well, I could do a couple of different things. I could just paint it out. I could just knock this stuff out of here, and we don't have to worry about it anymore. or I could re-render just that pass or just that region of that light, and I'd be okay. Put a little bit more building light on, and this time I gave it a little bit of warmth. And you can see how this starts to layer up over here. Now the lighting passes also include the shadows in it. So you can see that when I turn on this light, I also see the shadows. And the reason that is it's adding light where there's light, and it's not adding light anywhere else. So what you're seeing here as the shadow is really just my ambient light coming through. My ambient light pass is what's controlling those what's visible in that shadow. All right, so now we pop on these street lights and see what we get from that. We can also dial in the color of these lights in a couple of different ways here. Let's say, for instance, I wanted to put I could put a colorized layer on there, or I could link up a solid color fill layer and get this to a crazy color. And I could colorize it by the amount of color that I dropped on in a color fill layer. I'm just putting that on color mode, and I can dim it down to adjust it. So there's nice ways, subtle ways that we can go ahead and get what we want out of it in a different way. So here's my light street color. Here's the street lights, and you can see how that's being added. So you hit the boat there a little bit. And that's putting in all these little gazebos. A little bit of light on the boats to make sure that it seemed like somebody was at home and maybe having a party on the deck. A little bit more. I rendered out a little direct light back here that was a sunlight rim. You can see I just splashed a little light on the sides there. Now the dock end is kind of a nice one. If I look at what I'm seeing here, you can see that those lights are affecting the water, and I'm getting some of that reflectivity in it as well. Kind of punched up that dock end some. And I decided to make that blue in the context of everything else, because if it was warm like all the rest of the lights, it got lost in here. It all started to blend together. So it was nice to have these little bit of cool, almost like a halogen light or something at the end of the dock to differentiate it. And then the next thing was, and this was just really a, painting in some other tweaks, the light reflection. Whoops. Getting these interior lights turned on and in there. Little warmer, a little saturated. And then a couple of cool parts so that not everything looked uniform. I added some cool interior lights. Even down here you start to see it. Very end, it got a little bit of color adjustment, which in this case is probably, it's not necessarily photographic. It looks a little too saturated for it to be photographic. Probably looked a little bit more photographic when it didn't have all that. But it was a nice additional touch to it. The rest of this was just a bit of paint fixes that you can see on this file. So let me just walk through these pieces. Here's the color adjustment. There's some shadow for the people. I think the people Yeah, the people were actually, in this case, they were done relatively quickly. It was a last-second request, and these people were rendered in as a pass as well. So they kind of got rendered in and then turned turned these areas into mats and allowed the shadows to get cast. Up on our pool deck, we've got a little reflection, a little color. A couple of people had asked today about let me grab this fog copy. A ZDEP pass. Well, here's our ZDEP, and that actually just kind of looks cool in and of itself. This is slightly different from a standard ZDEP in the fact that I rendered it out just as an atmospheric fog as opposed to a ZDEP. Only reason I did that is I wanted to have kind of control of the exact locations of where I had the lightness and darkness. If we look at kind of crunching in these levels a little bit so you could see where the effect is most prominent, you could see that everything that's close up here is going to be less affected than the things that are back here. That's where it gets most affected. One trick that you can do with this pass, if I make a copy of it, I'm going to choose a invert. And I'm going to paste this. So I have an invert layer that's pasted with that map. And that invert layer I'm going to put on linear dodge. And what that's going to do is it's going to start to take that Z depth, and you can really see where it's pushed that away. And I'll just drop my fill way down to something pretty slight. So now what I've done is I've given this an overall bit of depth that was just controlled by this layer. Put some glows on the lights. Some street light glows. Some dock light glows. So the glows in this particular case were added using an After Effects plugin. I believe it was just like a star glow filter or something like that. I brought in a black and white matte of little specks of white, and I added the star glow there. Now in VRay 2.0, there is the glow and glare effects that you can add to your images. I don't know that I would add it in a rendering that was like this because we're kind of compositing it all together, but it's possible. And then at the very end, there was a little brightness and contrast. There was a slight change to this yellow color of this building. And there you have it. And now what's nice is that we have a lot of different options that we rendered out that we can go back in and play with and figure out what we want to do to adjust. So if we want to adjust colors and brightnesses of lighting or temperatures, even if we wanted to turn whole sections of lights off. I don't really like the dock lights. Well, we're all set. We turn them off. Or maybe there's too much sunlight. Let's get rid of that. Or maybe we want this to appear more apparent than the boats. Okay, so does anybody have any questions about some of the techniques that we're talking about here with these large scenes and compositing or putting them all together with the render elements? Let me know. Okay, so there was a question online about using a light pass mat, and helps if I unmute my mic here. And all I did to use that as once the light pass rendered out, I made a selection of that. I copied it and I pasted it into a channel. I pasted it into a mat. I think if you look at my alpha channels here, you can actually see that technique. You can see that all I did is I selected what had rendered out, and I dropped it into these alpha channels as my selection. That's all I did. And that's a little bit of a fake, that's a little bit of a workaround, but in this particular case, the style of rendering that I was going for, it worked pretty well. Okay, so I'm going to close out of this Photoshop file. We have about an hour and a half left together, and what I'd like to do is I'd like to put it out to the group. We've covered most of the things that I think we had on our agenda, and we have an opportunity for the next 90 minutes or so to go over any pressing questions that you might have. If there's a particular problem that you've had in VRay that you'd like to address. One of the things that we attempted earlier that I'd like to see if we can get to work was we tried to use VRay RT GPU, and I think maybe if we use that airport scene from earlier, we might have a little better luck. So that was one thing I thought we might open and take a peek at. Let me open Max up. There was a question here about a couple of other settings that had to do with backface culling and those, and there are a couple of places that I think I can help you. So if you do have any requests or questions, go ahead and post them onto the chat. We'll do our best to answer them in the next 90 minutes that we have together. So I'm going to go ahead and open up our airport scene. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to do with our airport scene, for the purposes of our VRay RT GPU, I don't think we need these skylight portals on. It's just going to slow us down. It's not necessarily going to add much additional detail to our render, so I'll turn that off. There was a couple of questions here in Boston. One of them was, if we look inside some of these global switches here, there are some things that we might want to look at. One of them is force backface culling, and that really has to do with if the geometry of your objects. Backface cull is, the side of the face that you don't see. So if you're looking at a face that's the opposite way, you won't actually see it. That puts a flag to force that on. I don't know that I've actually ever used that in production for anything, but there are a couple of tricks that are good to know in terms of if you've got a scene and some weird things are happening. One of them is that force two-sided can be helpful. It used to be that the suggestion was don't use force two-sided. That can make your rendering take a long time because essentially you're telling it to think about the faces both ways. But force two-sided can save you in some cases where you've got some geometry that have flip normals and faces like that. The other thing is that in the secondary ray bias, sometimes this can save you if you've got some coplanar faces. And let's say you've got some coplanar faces that aren't rendering quite correctly. Well, if you just click this button to go up to secondary ray bias at 0.001, what that does is it offsets, or it makes VRay think about those faces as offset just slightly from each other. And that can alleviate, it doesn't fix everything every time, but let's say if you had a coplanar problem and you didn't have time to fix the model quickly, you could try turning on your secondary ray bias to a slight number like that and have it work. Another area that you might decide to modify a little bit, if I add a VRay material here, so I'll load in a VRay material. Well, we've seen the VRay material settings, you know, the reflectivity. One of the things we want to remind each other of is that our gamma controlled values here in this workflow, so 55 is actually 50% in this gamma curve, so keep that in mind. Fresnel reflections are going to put a gradient, a fall off on the reflections. That by default is locked. So Fresnel reflections and refractions are both, by virtue of this lock being on, are locked together by this index of refraction number. Well, if you have something, let's say we've got a glass material that has a specific coating on it or something, and that glass is more reflective than it is refractive, we may decide to unlock those materials and make our reflection, maybe this is, you know, a higher index of reflection because it's got that coating, and our index of refraction is a little bit lower value. That's when you would want to unlock those values. If the object has no transparency to it, then what this value really controls is the reflectivity. So if refraction is black, then this value is really controlling the index of reflection. A couple of things to notice too about that. If we were making a glass color, it's pretty common to take your reflection values up to something that's relatively high. What we learned though is that it's not necessarily 100% reflective, you know, by law of energy conservation. But keep in mind that this is also being controlled by this Fresnel curve. So this is 100% of the Fresnel refraction. I tend to keep these values not at 255, but it's up to you. Your refraction, this controls the transparency of those materials. If it's 100% transparent, well, that's also being controlled by your index of refraction here. And because we have Fresnel on, you could see that it's adjusting things as they hit the side. That's similar, or it's the same essentially as putting in a fall-off map and changing your fall-off map to Fresnel and adjusting this value in here, and then adjusting these two color chips as what you want. One of the things that I've noticed is when you use your Fresnel reflection, and let's say it's got a small IOR value, occasionally you might see some clipping of that reflection. It might just actually stop and give you a hard line and create this artifact. Well, what happens is it's kind of because of a rounding error that I think occurs. And the way you can combat that is you can tell it in the cutoff to not cut off quite as quickly. So if you ever see that in your reflection, and because you're going to be using all of your elements to witness this stuff anyway, if you see a hard edge happen in like a curved form, that's going to be, I want you to think immediately that I bet that's due to this cutoff value. There's a question online about for large scene setups, do you use 3D Max containers rather than VRay proxies to build the scene? And VRay, well, it's sort of two different things. The max containers work similarly like an X reference file, and it's nice for workflow purposes to separate things into containers because multiple people can be working on multiple elements of your scene and update those containers. The thing that it's not really going to save you is it's not going to save you that memory footprint when it goes to load your scene to render, like the VRay proxies do. The VRay proxies are specifically meant to alleviate or render a memory hit at render time and be able to cycle those things in and out. Once the container is loaded, it doesn't load and unload the containers, I don't believe, when it goes to render. I think it loads it all together as a scene. So another thing that we should look at is we said, okay, well, there was that setting over here in the Common tab for force two-sided. Well, there is also in the materials, by default, it's set to double-sided. So it's already kind of clicked on that for you. If we didn't want our material to trace reflections or refractions, we could turn this stuff off, and then it won't do it. It won't actually trace any reflections or refractions. We also learned that user radiance, if we turned off user radiance, that's going to brute force that material. Some of these are new, the fog system, unit scaling, and the override material effect. We can change the material effect ID with a quick override there. Most of the time you're not going to need to change these values of your treat glossy rays and your energy conservation. Those can stay the same for the most part. Occasionally what you'll get is if you get a sunlight, let's say it's hitting a glossy reflection or a piece of glass or something, and that sunlight, that reflection is bouncing light back off into your scene, occasionally you're going to get some stray, you can get some stray sparkles and some things. Like, remember earlier we were looking at some sparkles that we solved by turning off the fake specularity for the material? Well, sometimes if it's a bounced specular light that's happening, you can try treat glossy rays as GI always, and sometimes that will alleviate that effect. Like I said, though, most of the time you're not going to need to deal with that. Of course, any of these maps can be added. We can use reflection interpolation and refraction interpolation. That uses a technique that's very similar to your radiance map by looking at the reflections and refractions and multiple passes and putting iterations where it needs to. As much as it is a nice feature to have, I can't tell you the last time I actually used interpolated reflections or refractions, mostly because computing power has gotten fast enough that these glossy reflections and things have rendered out pretty quickly as they are. One thing to keep in mind, if this is a glass material, we probably don't need to have any diffuse color to it. This button right here is really important for your glass. Affect shadows is going to let your light pass through and calculate a shadow that happens. Otherwise, your shadows aren't going to cut through that, and you're going to wonder why it stops at the glass. If you want the glass to show up in your alpha channel, the transparency to show up in your alpha channel, you need to turn on either color and alpha or all channels so that that shows up. And occasionally if you render out something and you're like, why am I not getting any transparency to my alpha channel, it's probably because of that setting. Translucency is something that we do cover a bit more in the next VRay level 2, the VRay Advanced level 2. We talk about some of these more obscure settings like translucency and subsurface scattering. One thing to keep in mind, I do recommend that if you use the ward shader here, if you do use the ward shader and you're using something that's got some glossiness, and especially if it's pretty, if it's got quite a bit of glossiness, the subdivisions for ward I've noticed need to be a little higher than they are for the other types, mostly because it spreads out that highlight quite a bit. So just keep that in mind as you're using the ward shader, that I recommend you to bump up your subdivisions for it a little bit higher than you might for a blend. Maybe we'll walk through a couple more settings here to see if there's anything else that we need. We're rendering to the frame buffer, the memory, so that's actually rendering our images into RAM. If we were running into a RAM problem and we didn't want that to happen, we could turn this off. But one thing you need to keep in mind is that it is going to still be keeping the image in RAM from your render size over here. So what you could do is you could change this to be really, really small and tell it not to get its resolution for max, and apply your resolution here so that you save the memory footprint. For as long as you're on the 64-bit computing, it's probably going to be less of an impact for what you need to do. So we can render to memory there, have it grab the resolution. We talked about this, the saving to different channels and so on. Filter maps is going to, when you have a texture map in here, just load in a texture map. It's got filtering set here, so pyramidal, summed area, or none. When filter maps is on, it will use these filtering settings that are checked on for it. If filter maps for GI is on, it's going to use the filtered maps when it calculates the GI. Now, filtering maps is something that is sort of less important when you're rendering out still images than when you're rendering out animations, I've found. What that's going to do when it filters the maps, it's going to essentially kind of blur the image a little bit so that you don't get the kind of sparkles and shattering that happen on the texture map. Summed area is a little nicer, but it's also a little more costly for rendering. Another thing that I've noticed as well is, Max sets the blur value for a texture map to 1 by default, and I actually turn my blur value of my textures to be 0. Which you can't actually make it 0, it's 0.01. And I'll do this for still images, because if I want to get a sharp texture, I put a lot of work into making a nice high-res texture map and so on to it. I don't need Max to go ahead and blur it for me. There's no real reason, especially if it's for a still. If it is for an animation, then I'll leave it alone, because a little bit of blurring can't hurt as you're moving by it, so that it works as what it works with the filtering. So that's one thing to think about. We've been turning displacement off just because we were rendering out our test renders, but if we did have displacement on, we'd want to keep that on. And then there's also displacement here in the general options too that you want to remember. We'd looked at our default light settings. At one point we turned them on just to give a quick render, but most of the time that's off. Render hidden lights. If your lights are hidden, it'll still render them. I believe show GI only is a new setting, but I haven't actually tested out show GI only, so maybe we'll give that a shot before our time is up. Don't render final image is something that we talked about, turning that on when you're going to go render your radiance. Your reflection, refraction, that depth is controlled by these numbers in here, your max depth for reflections and refractions. If you want to override those, you can turn on this override and control them. Sometimes you'll do that. You'll turn on an override. Let's say you're doing a test render and you've got a lot of glass and you've got a lot of things, and you don't necessarily need it to, do all the severe calculations of glass through glass through glass through glass, and all those things. You just want to get an idea where light's going through. You might change that max depth to speed it up. Most of the time, the max transparency levels and cutoff, you're not going to need to run into. We talked about the secondary ray bias, changing that if we needed to. Glossy effects, of course, controls the whether the glossies are on for reflections and refractions. Override material. When you turn on override material, you'll see that these two buttons actually correspond to the override material. First one is the material. A lot of times this is a good place if you wanted to render out a quick rendering. You might put in your VRay dirt. Which we'd have to put into a material first in order for it to happen, and then put the material in there. If there were things that you didn't want to have render with the VRay dirt, let's say it was glass or something, you could exclude that in this so that it didn't render with it. If you're using an old scene from VRay, an older version, you might want to consider legacy some camera models, but most of the time it's you're using the new engines and everything that have been implemented, and then using the 3ds Max photometric scale keeps those values in check. I think the 3ds Max photometric scale uses, I believe, like a default, a value of 1, a multiplier of 1 equals something like 1700 lumens or something is what their photometric scale is equivalent to. We'll keep that on. We talked about our different anti-aliasing techniques, whether we're going to use fixed or adaptive. We didn't cover too much of the adaptive subdivision. In certain cases where you're not using when you're not using a lot of glossy effects or area lights or those types of things, then adaptive subdivision can be super fast. It can crank through it. But in most of our scenes, we're using all of the bells and whistles, the glossy reflections, refractions, area shadows, and so on. So we're putting that on. We talked about our anti-aliasing filters. If you wanted to blur or sharpen your final image, most of the time I leave this off for still images. However, if I was going to render out an animation, I might consider doing some kind of anti-aliasing filter to make sure that I'm not getting any more A patterns. We went through our sampling here, our minimum, maximum, our color thresholds, and unchecking this value or what that connects to. Our color mapping, we haven't had to do much with our color mapping because of our linear workflow that we've been using, our physical workflow. Camera, this is something that we also talk a little bit more about in the level 2 class. Different types of cameras. We used a spherical camera that we did an override of 360 degrees so that we could see all the way around. But there's also a fisheye camera that you can use if you want to get a little barrel distortion in there. And there's even some new features, I think, in the VRay camera that you can match the distortion of a particular lens that you have, which is kind of cool because if you've got a lens that's got a little bit of barrel distortion and you want to match it to a rendering to that, you can just basically tell it to what lens it is and have it match that distortion and adjust it. Here's where we turn on our depth of field and motion blur. Those are things that we talk about in the level 2 course. Our environment overrides, if we just wanted to put a color in the environment or a map, we could drop it in here. Though the one thing that we did say was that in the environment overrides, if you're going to use an HDR file to light your scene, I highly recommend you do not put it in the environment overrides. I highly recommend you put it in a dome light. The sampling is just far superior, less artifacts to worry about. You do have some noise that you have to combat and some time that from the subdivision standpoint, but another thing that you can do with these overrides is there is a refraction override here. So if you didn't want, if you had some glass in your scene and you wanted to see all the way through it, and where you saw through it, you wanted it to be black instead of where maybe the sky was, you could turn this on and leave this as black so that it wouldn't show what your sky or what was beyond it. Indirect illumination, we didn't really get into any of the post-processing effects, mostly because I don't feel like many people use them too often. Post-processing, I sort of leave for post-processing. I like to do that in my compositing package or Photoshop. and this is controlling the GI, so this is the saturation of the GI, the contrast of the GI, and sort of the midpoint of the contrast of where that's happening. Ambient occlusion, we talked about sort of the pros and cons of what we could do with ambient occlusion. The GI caustics, we said make sure refractive caustics is on when you want GI to pass through glass. Went through our radiance map settings, our light cache settings, and how we can evaluate those by using show samples, and basically in both cases. We talked about our detail enhancement, and we can change that to either scale or world and give that a value. These subdivision multipliers actually multiplies this subdivision to tell it what to use for the brute force subdivisions. The interpolation types, we didn't really get into any different interpolation types. This is how it blends those samples of GI. What I would suggest is if you want to take a peek at what the different interpolation types do, render out your GI, show the samples, get it to where you like those samples, and then turn on your filtering and take a peek at what those are. Most of the time, least squares fit does the trick for me. I tend to leave that. The sample lookup in the interpolation, I tend to leave that alone, but you can tweak it just like you could tweak, the various other settings. But when you do, what I would consider doing is use your raw GI pass, use that as your analysis so that you can really see what each of those interpolation types are doing and how they're changing it. Multipass, we talked about that being a value that I find is just personal preference to turn it off so that it does all the GI calculations as one pass, but you can keep that on. Randomize samples is going to do just that. It's going to randomize the samples a bit as it goes through calculating the irradiance. The check sample visibility is something that we hadn't used, but in certain cases, check sample visibility is something good to have on, and it helps avoid light leaks. Or let's say your GI is kind of going through a wall, or there's some strangeness that's occurring in a corner or a place where it doesn't look like it's affecting the geometry correctly. Check sample visibility might be the fix for that, but most times you won't need it. We talked about our different modes here, multi-frame, incremental, as being the one that we use for our fly-through animations. If we already had a map, we could use incremental add to map. And then if we have moving objects, we can use animation prepass for our first step, animation rendering as the last step when we go to render it. We've got our light cache, which we looked at by we adjusted the number of subdivisions, the sample size. We looked at the world difference between screen and world scale on it. Number of passes has to do with your cores. We looked at store direct light. Store direct light might have been a good option for us in our light cache of that exterior scene that we were trying to render with all the lights on in the harbor. I wasn't, we weren't looking for a whole lot of really sharp lighting quality there, so we might have been able to speed it up a bit by putting that into the light cache. Most times I'm leaving that off. Use camera path and adaptive tracing can make your light cache calculate a little smarter. It can put samples. It can put samples in the direction of your camera path. More samples by following the direction of your camera path, but most of the time, I haven't seen a whole lot of difference yet from the scenes that I've worked on. I've yet to come across a scene where that's made a significant difference, but that's something maybe it's worth testing if you've got a scene and you want to see what the difference is. It's pretty easy to take a look, because if we just turn our interpolation samples to none, you can find out what's actually happening there pretty easily where it's putting the samples. So even if we're not sure if we're going to use this, we know how to evaluate whether or not it's doing something good or bad for us. Caustics, it's something that we talk about in our level 2 class. the DMC sampler we talked about, the adaptivity of the noise, the threshold of the noise, how different the pixels are before it continues, the minimum samples, and the global multiplier, multiplying all those different things. We've got some displacement settings in here. The Raycaster parameters is another one of those things that you can play with, adjusting these values of changing what the tree depth is, and maybe you pick up a little bit of save time in certain cases. I have yet to come across a scene where adjusting the Raycaster parameters has given me a whole lot more efficient rendering. It is there though. If you want to tweak it, you might be able to optimize your renderings by just adjusting some of those sizes. We talked about dynamic memory limit and what that does, and how to look at our task manager to see what's happening in our RAM, and also finding out our CPU usage. Of course, we could stamp our renderings with VRay stamp if we want to put on any of these different things, so we can keep track of how many objects were in the scene, how long it took to render. Distributed rendering, we were using that quite a bit. If you really want to see more of what's happening under the hood, you can change your VRay log to level 4, and it'll tell you all of the parameters that are changing as it's going through, so it'll give you that. And then we've got our object settings, our light settings, objects. This is one place we could tell, if we had our objects selected, we could tell it whether or not to generate or receive GI, or receive caustics, if it's visible, and reflections, refractions, all of those types of controls. You can also tell it an object in the property to be a matte object if you want that to be a matte object, and you can control its alpha if you want it to be -1 to go away, or if you want it to be 1 and have it be positive. Most of the time, though, I would say that when you're gonna create a matte object, what you'll do is you'll come over to your VRay material, and you'll put a VRay material wrapper around it. And the VRay material wrapper is actually giving you all of those properties of it, except we're controlling by material. So if I wanted to make it a matte object where its alpha channel was negative, I would go ahead and I would apply this material, and whatever object I applied that to would be a cutout. Another option for making mattes in your scene, for rendering out individual objects, there's a couple of different ways. One way, you can add a multi-matte element in here. Let's see, multi-matte is up here at the top. And basically what this is going to do is you can select your objects and give it a gbuffer ID. There's some scripts too on ScriptSpot that will allow you to kind of mass edit and add gbuffer IDs. And it's going to render out an image that gives you pure red, pure green, and pure blue. And because those colors are selectable, because you could select those as channels in Photoshop or your compositing package, you can use those as cutouts for matte. So that's one option for doing that. In order to get at the gbuffer of an element, an object, you have to right-click and go to Properties. So your gbuffer ID is right here. And if I change that to 1, let's say that's going to correspond to red in this case, and I make another object, 2, it'll correspond to blue, and so on. Multi-matte is nice that it's a render element, so you can assign gbuffers, you can assign multiple ones, and you can assign actual multiple multi-mattes. Right, so you could have a gbuffer ID of 4, 5, and 6 as another multi-matte, 7, 8, 9, and so on. So you could render out a lot of mattes from one scene. I tend to, when I render out mattes, and it's one of those things that's scene dependent and personal preference, but a lot of times the selections that I'm going to want to make on my objects have to do with glass being turned off. I want to see something, for instance, in this scene, I've got glass railings and glass vestibules and some of these things. If I rendered out a multi-mat for my glass window, it wouldn't show me this opposite side of the structure. So a lot of times what I'll do when I'm rendering out my mats is I'll take a separate copy of the file and I'll do some quick assigning to objects, mostly by layer or by material, and I'll turn objects like glass off so that I'll make maybe a mat for my glass so that I've got it, but I'll turn some of those objects off so that I can get at the selections that I need. And when I do that, oftentimes I'll just create, you can do a VRay matte material like we showed, and you can make a bright white object, or you can go to a VRayLightMtl. If I take a VRayLightMtl and I turn that to one as a red material, whoops, one's green, and one's a blue, I can now I can apply those to 3 different elements in my scene or multiple elements in my scene, and I can make selections based on those. So that's basically very similar to just creating your own multi-mat by applying the materials to those objects to get your selections. One thing that has been added that I really appreciate in VRay 2.0 is that in our VRayLightMtl there is compensate for camera exposure. So so that's a nice feature for that. It knows what to do. Before, what you would need to do is you would actually, for VRay light materials, you would measure it similar to how we measured our sky or our sun, and then you would find out what the value was supposed to be, and you would put an output on it, or you would make the multiplier be whatever it needed to be so that it would render correctly with the camera exposure. This saves you the step. It puts compensate camera exposure on, and we're all set. One of the questions that we had earlier was about a difference between VRay light materials and VRay mesh lights or VRay lights. Well, one thing that you can do with the VRay light materials, you can turn on direct illumination from it, and that's going to create sort of area shadows that come from it. If you don't have that on, what it's going to do is it's going to use your GI solution to calculate where that goes. So sometimes it's hard to control artifacts with it depending on how clean your GI solution is with the VRay light materials. If we were using this as a self-illuminated object, maybe in the back plate or something that we wanted to render, but we didn't want it to contribute to GI, what we could do is we would select that object, and for instance, if I can grab my back plate here, I have my dome selected. In my VRay properties of that object, I could tell it to be don't generate GI. I could also tell that object, you know what, don't receive GI. It's not going to do anything if it receives GI. And maybe I don't want it to be seen in my reflections. Well, I could turn that off. Or if I don't want it to be visible to GI at all, I could turn off those values. So those are some nice tricks that you have at your disposal. I could also, in my object properties for that object, turn off don't receive shadows, don't cast shadows, because that dome element back there, I don't need it to. I don't actually need it to do either one of those things. Well, let's do this. Let's try to take this scene and let's put it through our VRay CPU. The only thing that I am going to do, though, is I'm going to turn off these benches because I don't know that we need them. And they're adding a lot of geometry, so I'd rather just we skip that altogether. And let's go to our rendering. So we've got indirect illumination on. That's fine. Should be good to go. Going to go to my active shade renderer. which is set to VRay RT. And let's try to do CPU and see if we can load this in. In the meantime, while this is getting ready to go, we've got a little less than an hour left together, but by all means, if you've got any pressing questions left, anything that you want me to go back over or recover, feel free to put it out there, and we'll do what we can. So the VRay GPU is working fine here. What I'm wondering is if our light is off, and that's why it's not giving us any lighting yet. Let's double check that that's on. As soon as I can figure out where my cursor went to. It may actually have a bit of a problem. You know what? We're throwing a wrench at it, I think, by having this dome out here. Let's turn this off. Let's turn off this light. Let's turn our sun on. And whoops. I'm just going to grab a VRay Sky. Wonder why that's not showing up in our maps here. Not quite sure why the VRay Sky is not showing up in there, but we can do this a different way. Drop a VRay Sun in here. Yep. Add that to the map. Wait for that to refresh. There we go. And I can lift up my sun. Okay. Can everybody hear me okay? I just got a message popped up that the audio was okay. Good. go back to our VRay RT, and now let's see if we can get that to go. One of the questions that just showed up online while we're waiting for this to start to render was, is there a way to is there a good way to control where VRay proxies go in your image? Sometimes it can be difficult to place them, especially if you're looking at them in that kind of wireframe mode, or and the best way that I've found to do it is to make sure that your pivot point is in the spot that you want it to work out to place in it. One of the things that you can also do is I think you could control the geometry that it uses to place those around. Oftentimes, I'll even use dummy geometry that's in the right location, and then I'll tell it to replace. But yeah, that can be an issue when you're just looking at some missing faces of an object. So here we go. Our GPU version of this thing is working, and that's good. You can also see that it says it's got 256 kilopads and how much that's working. One of the things that's a little tough is that when I'm using the GPU version of this, and we know that we're using the GPU because it says engine is using the OpenCL here, is with the webinar on at the same time, my responsiveness to my screen is not that great, so I'm not sure that I'll be able to do anything moving around the scene. We'll give it a try. Yep, so here we got it. We've got the CPUs working. We're moving around it a little bit. It's given us a pretty good idea of what some of those, what some of this lighting is going to look like. We'll be able to make some decisions about how the scene looks, what the materials are. It's hard to actually get my cursor on this thing to close it. I think I got it. There we go. Yeah, with the OpenCL mode and the going on, one of the things you can do too is you can turn on your render servers, so you can actually add servers to this, and you can have multiple machines cook on this while it's rendering, which is nice. It's distributed. The more machines you could have work on it, the faster it's going to render out for you. So that is something that's pretty nice. So are there any more questions? Anything else that we want to go through? I think we've covered a lot of bases in the course of our 2 days together. If anything does come up, if you have questions, or there's something that you need some specific help on, at CG School we offer some private conversations about that. You can email the folks at CG School, and we'll get back to you with any of the answers that we can provide for you. Okay, well, thanks everybody for tuning in to our 2 days of VRay Advanced Level 1. If there aren't any more questions, and I'll wait on the line here for just a few minutes, we covered everything that we wanted to, so we might end here just a little bit early. But you know, if you do have something that you want me to take a peek at, we'll hang on the line here for another 4 or 5 minutes before we sign off. So there were a couple of questions that came through. One of the questions was, you know, can I show maybe a couple of images that we worked on and talk about some of the challenges or some of the approaches in VRay that worked? I believe there was another question about the course files, and the course files should be made available. If they're not available yet, we'll post them up very shortly. We're going to include the airport scene, a zip file of the airport scene, so that you'll have that to work with and do some tests on. I'll also post that Excel spreadsheet, the Excel document that has the gamma workflow, and I think we included a couple of movies from the scenes that we've worked on. So the image that I'm showing you right now is it's for a train station, and let me zoom in here. And this train station's got a lot of detail, a lot of different ins and outs. We use some displacement on these rocks. All the people, of course, they're painted in Photoshop. You can see that there's some atmosphere that's been painted in and rendered in here. Some detailed models of trains. One of the key ingredients is coming up with a composition for an image like this that works well. This is another image. These are a couple of files that we're going to look at in our advanced Photoshop class for the CG school and how these got put together. These were renderings for an architectural competition. And you can see it's got lots of detail in here, lots of glossy reflections, detail in our texture maps as we move around it. Some nice anti-aliasing settings so that we don't get any artifacts. Oh, the question was, were there any rendering anti-aliasing filters for this? And I don't think there were any anti-aliasing filters that were turned on. Couple of other images. This image here is a shot that was rendered entirely with a very high dynamic range image. So the nice part about that image is really looking at this surface down here. One of the things that I'll say is that this was done using a script called the floor generator script, and what that allows you to do is it allows you to take multiple different stone textures and apply it, but you can see some of these really nice shadowing effects and surface qualities that happen. And then, of course, this has got a photographic backplate. That this photographic backplate was actually rendered in using a self-illuminated card, and the reason that I did that is I wanted the reflections to show up. Of course, we've got some 3D trees here that are rendered in. These trees, I think, were generated using Onyx Tree Storm or Onyx Tree. Some cars that were rendered in, some cars that are painted. some fellow Neoscape employees here walking around the city down in DC. This image, once it starts to get cleared up a little bit, same kind of concept here. We've got a different floor texture. We're zoomed in, so what you're seeing is through the glass, but it's reflecting the stone. So that's what's sort of breaking up the objects. Some self-illuminated materials, some painted in people. Some composite here with a photograph in the background. Here's a couple images that have lots of details if we zoom all the way into 100%. So here you go. Here's a scene with lots of proxy objects in it. A lot of care to the texturing and modeling. The furniture, the flowers, the grass. Even some of the modeling here of how the umbrellas look. Some glossy reflections and things like that. Texture maps that control where the reflections go. But everything that we looked at in the past 2 days, techniques are all very similar. You could probably guess that this was done using sort of an HDR file that I had created to render it. You can see sort of the nice quality to the shadows. A little bit of paint to get some of the bubbles and those effects in there. It's kind of interesting. I haven't actually looked at this scene this close, so if we see anything that's wrong with it, we'll be the first to see it. Some golf flags out there. A little bit of displacement up in the rooftop. Another scene. This one looks like maybe the color's getting a little saturated. I'm not sure why it's appearing so yellow there. That's pretty saturated. One of the questions was, is there a company you recommend for purchasing entourage models for foliage and etc.? Well, the one thing that I'll say is that if you go to the CG Architect shop, that's probably one of the best depots for getting the entourage that's best in the business. So we showed some texture maps that we picked up there. There's also some good models that are available. One of the instructors at the CG school also has a series of models. Some of the furniture that we saw was modeled by Alex Gorbunov from Intero Visuals, who's a great modeler. He actually teaches some of the advanced modeling courses at CG school, so I would recommend checking out some of his work. I also suggest getting out there with a camera, shooting your own entourage whenever you're on vacation, and all that. You can see, here's my new car. Here's Jeff's new car. And there we are. Those are just kind of a couple of samples, I think, of images that show off some of the techniques that we talked about, besides the images that we had looked at for the course. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. It was my pleasure to be able to spend the last couple of days with you and going over some VRay tricks and tips. Again, if you've got any questions that happen offline, feel free to email us. We'll do our best to get back to you, and hope to see you. Maybe we'll see you at the VRay Advanced Level 2 course and coming up in a couple of weeks. Thanks.